told I would never say it would have ended like this. Oh, we went down a limb, now I'm standing in the middle of a mess. Go on and tell your friends we're being friends, we're good enough, we're good enough. Go on and tell your friends we're being friends, we're good enough, we're good enough, we're good enough. Oh, oh, I never wanted this turn. Oh, 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 I never wanted this turn. Oh, 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 just every night. Here we go, I will never end. Cause what you want, gotta go. Slowing down just won't make the cut. Doesn't work like that for us, so we go and we go and we go. Go on and tell everyone our dreams are too big and we are in over our heads. Oh, go on and tell the world that me and my friends are gonna nail this deal all night, yeah. Been dreaming since 99. Guess you're not coming for a ride. Been dreaming big since 99. Are you coming with me? Oh, 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 never wanted this turn. Oh, 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 never said it would be perfect. Oh, 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 just every night. Here we go, falling on a wheel, never end.
Hey there, travelers. Guy, Brother Radical. Welcome. So, Kat, have you, hello all, hello, let's go back to big. By the way, it took 4.5 minutes for the notification to actually get pushed out this time. Ace, hello, my Ace. Kaiser, Joe, Momo, Patronum, Guillotine, RV, hey, Curio, and of course, Kat and Cassidy. No reply, but the account is still there. I was wondering if you, like, right on noon, as soon as that motherfucker said the first words, you're like, it's worth only $200. Hey, Lupe. I too have been amusing myself by browsing some of the QAnon stuff. Yes, there should come a moment where hey Estrella, where the Schadenfreude fades and we start to actually be concerned about these people's mental well-being and stuff. That moment is not here yet. Fuck them. They are a problem. And so, yes, they are mentally ill in many instances. They are stupid and naive and gullible, and they have been taken advantage of by narcissists and manipulators. But they've also been a giant fucking thorn in our side for years now. And so forgive us for a few moments of just baseline human response of Schadenfreude, and allow us to revel in their tears. That, yeah, it was a fucking con job, you dumb fucks. What'd you think it was? But some of them are doubling down. I have seen many of those posts. Many of them are doubling down. That, in fact, maybe now Biden is in on the team and he has been contacted by Q. I've also seen that the opposite of that Trump was a psyop the entire time, and that, oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen both directions of that now Biden is their in guy and secretly he's working against it. And I've also seen the opposite of that Trump was not one of their guys. Oh, Lupe, the one, the Twitter. I saw that too. Holy shit. Nobody's been able to figure out what the fuck she was talking about with the flag. Yeah, that was apparently Antifers attacked the Portland DNC office. Yeah, well. The shame crying is amazing. The QAnon cult really operates like a doomsday cult. No, they really do. Guillotine, I'm an asshole, so I'm fine with laughing at them. Oh, no, don't worry. I'm laughing at them right now. Like I said, eventually that will fade for me, and I will be concerned about their mental well-being, partially because of what they'll do to the rest of us. But yeah, it's for now. It's funny as fuck. Oh yeah, drivers. Hey Lola. I'm just watching stuff get posted in Discord. Of course you got, like, we don't need an update on Portland saying that let us know when Portland isn't protesting, Kaiser. Portland be doing Portland. I just assume that. Hey Brooke. Yeah, and drivers, yeah, we've talked about like the Jehovah's Witnesses who have predicted the end of the world 8 times. Yeah. It most assuredly is like that. And I love the levels of copium that they're getting up to. It most assuredly is amusing to see some of the cognitive dissonance just sort of blatantly writ large for us all to witness that, and then they're the ones that realize it, right? Then those are the most delicious ones, quite frankly, the ones that are saying like, we were lied to. I've lost friends and family and all sorts of relationships have ended because of this, and they took advantage of us. Good. Welcome back to reality, or at least a little bit of it. Yeah, good. Never thought I'd actually get to witness a cult meeting. Gotta say, it's fascinating. It really is, isn't it? But then there are the ones who really freak me out. They're the ones that are doubling down on it. That, because of X, Y, and Z, and they go all Pepe Silva on that shit. Yeah. I was looking at a couple of the replays. Yeah, I saw that as well, Kat. The new date is March now. I was looking at a couple of the replays from our favorite Twitch QAnon stream, or at least this channel's favorite Twitch QAnon stream, as we've discovered in the last few days. Their name doesn't get any airtime out of my mouth, but most of us know who we're talking about. And then a new one that RV brought to our attention because our Twitch QAnon affiliate was restreaming them, talking to them, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, many of them are doubling down on it. It is, yeah, fascinating and horrifying to watch. The sort of Patronum was watching them earlier. I know RV certainly was. Yeah, yeah. It I think as much as some of us would hope that we do hope that this would sort of like shake a lot of them fucking loose, I think that you're going to see a lot of sunk cost fallacy on this. I do. I think even the ones that are saying that they're having these moments of clarity that, you know, oh my God, you know, I was taken advantage of or I was lied to. They're going to wake up in a few days. They're going to pick up their same fucking, you know, books, magazines, streams, and radio news, AM talk radio, that sort of stuff. And they're just going to enter, you know, sincerely, they're going to enter sort of a gaslit, sunk cost fallacy state of mind. And they're just going to, you know, they've lost everything or a significant amount. They've lost children to it or parents to it or siblings to it. Friends and family have distanced themselves. And so, you know, this is the only family they have now. This is their social group. So I think you're going to see a lot of that doubling down, even from the ones who in the moment are saying like, oh my God. All right. Yeah, Joe. And the woman who was on Twitter, that I know Lupe and I both saw. Hey, Wagonator. Breaking down, you're hearing a lot of that rhetoric, that this is our country. How can they take our country away from us? You know, it's dog whistle rhetoric that they don't even know, because she was mid like breakdown / anxiety attack. She had no idea really what she was saying in that sort of moment, and her language was very telling, very telling. So, yeah, it's not like these ideologies are going to mystically change overnight. Oh, Wagonator, corporate establishment back in power, baby. Finally, we can get to economic decline and new Middle Eastern wars. I for one am looking forward to being able to bitch about just plain old neo-lib shit. But I mean, I hope we've all learned our lessons. Like, you can't ignore these fucking fascists on the right. The next time they try this, it's not going to be with a dumb fuck like Trump. Heed those words. Next time this attempt happens, it will be with somebody with like Boris Johnson, who has a proper education, who just plays the fool, but isn't actually a fool. So, you know, keep your eye on that. Estrella. Are we all ready for the Great Reset? How communist is this channel? Super communist. We're ultra mega communist. What did he call it? Super capitalism last night. That's what that guy called it. Super capitalism. So yeah. We're all about super communism. Wagonator, I'm an anarchist, right? Like I will get down with communistic principles, but only if they're moderated by anarchism. Primacy is anarchism for me. Check it, cat. What you got? Crab Rave. Let's just. And that's about all I can play of that. I'm a Marxist Leninist. Hashtag imagine. Nice, RV. Nice. My opinion is I don't think it's actually going to happen, but I'm open to the option. We need something to shake things up a little bit. God damn. Yeah, lots of people have slogans. Trump had a slogan too. Yeah, no, RV, I know. I saw the spelling. Fucking dude, they got a slogan and everything. Like, come on. Duly noted, Cassidy. Yeah. Hats and flags. Kaiser, I'm so glad our wild have such. Jesus Christ, Kaiser. Do we actually have confirmation on who actually did that? Kaiser, like, do we know for certain who actually did that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Give me 1 sec here. Occasionally the mall gets tangled up like a motherfucker. There we go. And rewrap. There we go. Oh, global financial elites. Please tell me you're not using that as a euphemism. I can't say for sure, but there haven't been any chuds in Portland today that I know of. All right. Probably Joe. Seeing as that is our pattern, seeing as we don't stick to any treaties. All right. Oh, I'm wondering. It was a little quiet. There you go, Estrella. Help you out with the Wikipedia link. It's even got a section for the conspiracy theory side of it. It's like most of these innocuous programs. Like the IPCC report is seen as, what was that, a conspiracy theory that they were trying to push us all into green zones and like create human zoos and shit like that. I forget what the conspiracy theory on that one was. Don't worry, and you're spelling his name incorrectly. Don't worry. The article I sent to the Wikipedia page that I sent to Estrella cites Schwab as well. I've literally argued the opposite, Wagonator. This is the thing when people have their own pet thing. you're convinced that because I used that terminology that somehow dude, MK Ultra, conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy. That's an actual conspiracy. I mean, the financial considerations that led up to the undoing of, Jesus, it's been a long day, of Glass-Steagall was conspiratorial. There's conspiracies every day. There's a supermarket full of them. You can just walk up and down the aisle and take them off the shelf. But then people go creating their own because apparently they need extras. I have Lola. No, we're waiting for you to be anti-Semitic, Wagonator. Because generally speaking, that's what that rhetoric is pointing to. The media elites, the financial elites, the Jews. That's, yes, Bay of Pigs. Yeah, it's about responsible capitalism. That's it. That's Schwab's own words, his own quote. It's about responsible capitalism. That's it. Making sustainable ideas more profitable. Good. Destroy capitalism. I'm on board. Do it. Let's do it. 100%. Where do I sign up? Is there like a membership drive? Do I pledge money? How do I get this done? How do we speed it up? Do I sacrifice guinea pigs to Soros? Yes. Yes, Kaiser. No, it doesn't. Capitalism has been eliminating the middle class as we speak. Like, for my entire lifetime, it has been slowly eliminating the middle class. This is insane. This is crazier than fucking Precision. I mean, Precision was, you know, actually reasonable compared to this. You're starting to sound a lot like those Q folk, Wagonator. Making predictions. You'll see. You got a date? Because we love countdowns. We love date predictions. Estrella. Love a good countdown. All private property abolished by 2030. Well, that's convenient. It's 9 years out. But some of us have long memories. So all private property abolished by 2030. Cool. Cool. Something I've been after for a while. Or do you mean some private property? Momo. You gonna pivot really quickly? Is anybody is anybody all right. Who set this up? Oh, I can't do it from there. Hang on. There you go. There we go. Joe.
I have painted pictures of the past, the brighter future that I want to last. I'm looking for the place to share my dreams. I'll hold on tightly to what I believe.
You keep using these absolutist terms. Nobody owns anything. Well, clearly somebody owns something because you're talking about Walmart and Amazon and corporations. So clearly, if you want to own something, you just incorporate. No big deal. Cool boy. Oh, so what we already have. That. Oh, okay, cool. The system that already exists. Looks like 25 to 75. Cool Boy was the highest voter on nay, with premarital going the highest on yay. Well, it looks like 75% for. Cat. So, capitalism? Yeah, that's not on my, ooh. Interesting. They should put that in their, in the OBS, or in the, OBS Live stream elements thing. No, RV, this isn't the person who made the bet. The person who made the bet isn't going to show their face. I promise you that. You do realize that corporations owning things isn't socialism, Wagonator. Like, that's not socialism. No, it's not the same thing. Even though you want it to be the same thing, it doesn't make it the same thing. I can want 1 + 1 to equal 12, but that doesn't make it true. No, that's not what capitalism is either. Jesus Christ. Oh. Capitalism. No, it's private means of production. Not owning your own. It's merely the privatization of the means of production. It also has other stuff. property rights and that sort of stuff. But the characteristic that you're so dwelling on is the privatization of the means of production. Socialism is the workers own the means of production. So you're literally mixed up. You're saying up is down, down is up. Hey, Sue. Oh, you should have been here last night, Sue. I had a motherfucker lined up for you. You or Rabbit. He may come by your channel, Sue, actually. Look out for a guy with the username of Precision Simping, Sue. I sent him. If he shows up, treat him with kid gloves. He's not going to agree with you, but you can teach him some stuff. He seems at least mildly open to learning, and he needs, like an OG anarchist, he needs an indigenous perspective. So yeah, I sent him your way. We had a conversation on air last night. So if you do see that username, just kid glove him. He may get under your skin a little, but give it the old college try. You always do. Oh, nice person. Wastikin. We use worker here as sort of a colloquialism. Technically, it would be the socialized means of production. So it would be social ownership, which ultimately would just mean the public. So you don't necessarily need to be a member of the working class. Widgets! Oh, I love a reference to a widget bolt. Dirty Underwears. Good old widget. Cassidy, I am. I really am. Hey! Hey, Warp. Solid. I've got a widget. I'ma sell my widget. People like my widgets. Need more widgets. Hire staff to make widgets. Now I need a storefront. Widgets really popular. Expand production and eventually another store. Make a profit. Give back to the community and staff that made my widgets take off. I mean, there's a couple of problems in there, but I love a reference to a widget anyway. I wonder what's gonna... Let's see. Trump Library. Oh god, it's gonna have a COVID memorial. Wall of criminality. Yep. Tax evasion, Twitter gallery, autocrats gallery. This is nice. This is nice. Whoever put this up, solid work. This is a good piece of satire. Yeah, I am too. I'm glad somebody snatched that domain up. That way we don't have to worry about it. Cat, you better have my $200. Did they? Hey, Samantha Banana. Thank you for the follow. Someone being Q. Oh. Progress. You realize that progress is highly isolated to Eurocentric and Northern Hemisphere countries, right? Yeah. Capitalism exports its exploitation. It's okay. It's okay, Samantha. Oh. Jesus, Joe, be less demanding. It takes a second for your message to come through. Criticizing small proprietorship. I mean, it does make up the vast majority of it. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. I have some small business statistics, actually. Small number of businesses in the country with no employees is 24.8 million. 1 to 19 is 5.3 million, and then 429,000 with 20 to 499. The percentage, the aggregate percentage of the workforce in small businesses is about 40 to 50%, depending on state. But I understand what you're saying. You got timed out on that stream today for slightly questioning Trump. Forgot he's literally a god to them. He is. He is quite literally a god to them. It is terrifying. Those cult streams are nuts. I think victorious. McConnell and Schumer to power share equals new war against WMD. Almost cut off 2 fingers with sheet metal today. Jesus, victorious. Careful. I mean, I know it's an inevitability. You work with stuff long enough and shit happens. But I hope you're okay. I hope you didn't catch any ligaments. No, I haven't, J Miles. I have not seen that. Dr. EW. I would argue that as well. That co-ops should be the direction we're headed. 100%. 100%. They're more resilient to economic downturns. They're less likely to lay off employees in an economic downturn. They have a higher rate of happiness amongst their employees. Oh, yeah, I have seen this. Okay. Is this just making the rounds again? No. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is like 4 months old. Yeah, I have seen this one, J Miles. You know what? We'll throw it on the air for those that haven't seen it. Because it is funny. Oops. There we go. Let's turn the volume down.
I got a message for all you liberals out there. You want my gun, my firearm? Come take it from me. Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me. With your weak, soft, liberal, girlish hands. Just try to put those hands on me. Those soft, liberal hands. Put them on me, on my body. Just slowly, gently dragging your fingers up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps. You want my gun? Come kiss me for it. But not like right away. Don't be too obvious with it. Let's do that thing where our faces get close to each other. And you know what's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. You just stare at each other's lips. But you're waiting for the right signal to give yourself over to them completely. Like in A Walk to Remember. Come do that for my gun. Bite my lip and play with my hair. For my firearm. If you want my gun, come spank me for it. Not like too hard, but like still hard, you know? Like hurt me, but make me feel safe at the same time. You pussy liberals.
Hey, Fax. And Rabbit, yes. Yeah, somebody came in like last week and informed us that the Gwyneth Paltrow Goop vagina scented candles were exploding. Hey, Pops. Hope you're well.
Day. China. Through Joe Biden.
All right.
My fellow patriots, today is a sad day. China, through Joe Biden, now controls our great nation. And they have ordered him to instate a 100-day mask mandate on all federal properties under the guise of public health and safety. But make no mistake, I will not comply. Masks aren't just a test of compliance. Masks are dangerous. Masks kill people. Masks have you breathing in all that recycled air and carbonated dioxide that you're supposed to be breathing out. Have y'all ever stopped to think why surgeons get paid so much? That is hazard pay. Because whenever they do a surgery with a mask on, they die right there in the OR. Now, whether or not this deadly hoax is real, I refuse to wear any mask. Mostly because I don't want to die, but also because them pointy hoods are already uncomfortable enough. My fellow...
Them pointy hoods are already uncomfortable enough.
My patriots, I've stood by your side all these years, helping to expose the libtards and their sex trafficking ranks. I was with you when we stormed the Capitol. But I don't think the plan is working no more. Maybe I was just anxious because the FBI's got me on one of them wanted posters, but I'm losing faith. And I don't know what went wrong, but I never got my pardon from Trump. I uploaded all my info to the Department of Justice website so I could get one. Didn't ever happen. And now we got Sleepy Joe in control of the country, so I ain't got no choice. I got to leave. I can't go to jail. I do not want to find out what Trump train means in prison. So if any of you patriots would like to follow me, I'm going to Canada. Because if there's any place on earth that is a safe haven for white supremacists, that would be the great white north.
Oh. Okay, so Joe wanted me to start a poll. For those of you who are here for it, we need an answer for the wager that was on. All right. So we'll go from there. All right. Let me get my mod view open here. Warp, you had to be here for it. You were either here for it or you weren't. I think you're gonna win. Cool boy. Yeah. Yeah, you were either here for it or you weren't. Let's just say there was somebody who comes by semi-regularly who was going off about the Great Reset conspiracy theory and how it's a bid to end capitalism at the hands of the global financial elite, Jews, and how how they're trying to implement socialism. You would vote on Twitch. Facts. Yeah, it's you do it on within Twitch. And it looks like Cool Boy has it. Yeah, definitely looks like Cool Boy has that one. Congratulations, Cool Boy. You won the pot. 27,800 channel points. That's the first time we've run one of those. Oh. You know what we can do, though? Let's call it, all right. Anyone? Cool. All right. We have Momo to thank for this one. Momo knows. Momo, no entering. Hollywood, thank you for the biddies. We're gonna run a couple of giveaways during this stream. If you type #giveaway, I have some Steam keys for games. And they are courtesy of Momo. So we'll leave that open for a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna give away a few game keys. So if you have Steam or you want to install Steam, PC gamers, we'll get you a couple of Steam keys. No guarantee that you're gonna like the game that you get, of course. No promises there, but there's a few good ones on here. Oh, Yeah, cool boy. Go for it. Enter. It's a random drawing. Who gives a shit? Cassidy, you got to spell it correctly. Just saying. Gambling ruins lives. Well, don't tell my city that. We kind of built this entire place on the back of gambling. But yeah. All right, I'll let that run a little bit. My life is funded by gamblers. The city I live in is built by gamblers, basically. So technically, it shouldn't exist. All right, so let's see. The permit for the Keystone XL pipeline has been withdrawn. The federal mask mandate has been put in. The Muslim ban has been repealed. The Paris Climate Agreement has been rejoined. The first daughter, Ashley Biden, says she won't be working in the in Biden's administration. I know that's weird that we even have to mention that, but after the last set, yes, Cassie, yeah, I remember that. Games of chance, yes, exactly. Oh, and the 1776 Commission got shut down. We went over some of their findings the other day, which were special. Findings such as slavery wasn't that bad, and the 3/5 compromise was solid political work, and other such wonderful top hits by racists everywhere. Did you see Trump stood by his 10 feet of wall that has survived and signed it? See, stars, I read that whole piece of shit. Congratulations and my sympathies. Yeah, that was one of the end ones. Of course, no actual historians were on that panel. Why would they be? Sounds like the 1488 Commission. Close enough. Close enough. Oh, and climate change is a real thing again, as per the White House website. The White House website now actually mentions anthropogenic climate change. Actually, they don't mention anthropogenic. They just mention climate change. And transgender military ban is reversed immediately. So, yeah. So credit where credit's due. Yes, exactly, Left Bank. Now we can go back to standard neoliberal, hyper-capitalistic, oligarchically run imperialism. Yeah, 100%. More trans drone pilots. We need that. I want my missiles that blow up a Middle Eastern school bus full of children to have rainbow stickers on them. God damn it. Representation matters. Yeah. Amazon offers to help Biden speed delivery of COVID vaccines. CEO claimed now everyone with a prime account could jump the queue. This is the change we wanted. Exactly. Exactly, Left Bank. 100%. I'm sorry, I'm just catching a headline here. Cocaine bananas arrive at a Canadian grocery store after a mix-up in Colombia. Two dozen bricks of cocaine in bananas shipped to Central Okanagan grocers. Yeah. Here's the this is godforsaken, but I verified it. Here's a picture of the shipment. If you want to see the shipment. Okay, get your one last chance. Type hashtag giveaway if you want to enter. I'm gonna draw for a Steam key. I'm just gonna do these consecutively. Momo was kind enough to send me just a list. And so I'm just going to start at the top and work my way down the list. Thank you for the follow, Shadow. Mia. There we go. All right. Cocaine banana is part of a healthy diet. It looks like Samantha won. Yep, it was Samantha Banana 85. Yep. I'm going to whisper you the key. There you go. One giveaway down. We'll run another one here and there. Stop the steal. Let me strike that out. It's it's rigged because her name is Bananas, and we just talked about Coke Nanas. Drug tester first. Yeah, so something smells like cocaine bananas. We got a means test Samantha Bananas first. Deep Twitch is working against us. Oh. The Banana Crime family rigged the election. If you guys want to do another one, like I said, Momo was kind enough to give us 10 keys. If you want to do another giveaway, I will turn that on now. Re-enter. Hashtag giveaway. Get your entries back in. It's now a Banana Republic. Oh. Okay, entries being received. Oh. So what's everybody up to? How was your day? How was your day? Provided you didn't almost slice off 2 fingers with a piece of sheet metal. Mitre's making a song. Cool. Rock on. Cleaning up your studio room. Yeah. The orange cheese is gone. New dog is trying to kill our cat and work was crazy. Otherwise, bring it on. Long day, up since 8 a.m. Pops. Before the slicing part, I manually pushed a building over like I professionally fell a twin tower. Oh. Got drunkish earlier watching the inauguration. Took a nap. Gonna have a smoke and watch this all unravel. Common Girl, I would suggest you watch multiple like QAnon forums. They are definitely where the majority of the entertainment is happening right now. Joe got a job interview for tomorrow today. Very simple though. Hey, either way, congratulations. And you streamed for 2 hours. Dark Messiah. Momo caught up on a little sleep. Since Willow is improved, Willow would be their Great Dane, and they could relax a little more. Yes, Goro. Yeah, we know. Did you know Kamala Harris is the first Black, Latino, Asian, Native American, non-binary, non-GMO, pro-Skynet, anti-canned soup, nine-fingered female vice president? At least Joe is on no less than more than 2 or 3 times claimed that she's the president. Truly a great moment. Yes, we were cracking jokes about more trans drone pilots earlier. This is not the kind of representation that the marginalized communities wanted, especially by someone like her. Jesus Christ, she's a fucking cop. Same as usual, RV. And if you just walked in, hashtag giveaway, we're giving away some Steam keys. So there you go. Hey, Champagne. Q sent me, Kat has already messaged, Q sent me, and said, where's my $200? We don't expect to be hearing, or you better have my $200. I don't expect that Kat will be hearing back from them. Let's just put it that way. But I have my 350. Somebody wanted to bet $1,000 with him, right? Or $2,000? I forget what the other amount was that was being bandied around. But it was 4 digits. Yeah. All right, last call on that second key. Yeah, Champagne, you offered $1,000. There we go. Last call on that draw. This is the last one I'm going to do during this stream, more than likely. So if you want in, hashtag giveaway, and we'll get you a Steam key. Maybe. No guarantees. Oh, facts. I think you could, Steam keys, Curio. So, video game keys, PC gaming. Yeah, no, it was Cat, not me. All right, I'm gonna draw. Now I'm gonna get accused of favoritism. Oh. Music was off. But RV, you won. I'm gonna whisper it over. There you go. Check your Whispers RV. You'll have a Steam key in there. And archive it. Hey, not my algorithm. Blame Moobot. Hey, Fister. Yeah, blame Moobot. Meat is giving away a crikey. Curio. Any chance Trump gets remembered as less brutal than usual on foreign policy? I mean, he's going down as like the worst modern president, right? I don't know. His lack of diplomatic skills and his ability to fuck up relationships with long-standing partners is probably going to be what's remembered. There we go. Yep. He versus the Bush family legacy. Yeah, I think, I mean, he may actually get some credit concerning the withdrawal of troops in certain areas of the Middle East. That is a possibility. That he could be mildly remembered favorably once some of the irritation has worn off. But I doubt it. Oh, Estrella and RV. Oh no, I know facts, but reality and the truth versus the historical record is not always exactly aligned, shall we say? Yeah. I'll always remember him as that guy that was president from 2017 to 2021. Wither Sands asking a question over on Discord. Hang on. Oh, that's easy. Wither, are you in chat right now? There you go. Remove the embeds. All right, cool. Just wanted to help somebody out with some sourcing there. You got to meet Carter. That's nice. Were you working Habitat for Humanity? Yeah, I used the free one, facts. There aren't features in the premium that I need to use. I like the pumping the title into chat. And I don't need to fast forward the song. And those are really the only premium features. I mean, you know, that and support the artist directly sort of thing. So, no. went to his church in Plains, Georgia. Auburn Underground, Plains, Georgia was like 1 hour away. Rock on. Left bank. The instant you become a president, you become a war criminal. There's no way around that. So, yeah. It's all about degrees when discussing presidents. I know, Estrella. I saw that as well. I was waiting for the announcement from Joe Exotic or whatever the Joe Exotic. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that show. Yeah. Let me try and look that up. I mean, all right, so glancing into it, facts, Carter would have had to knowingly okay the plans. The military was involved, and there was goods and services rendered upon Indonesia by our military. So the commander-in-chief would have likely had to have been briefed on the matter. So, yeah, he would have known. Yep. I stopped by your stream yesterday? Today? When were you streaming last, Fax? I stopped by your stream. You were watching, oh god, what were you watching? You were watching a video. Early morning. Yeah. I forget what you were watching. That was, you know, back there in the past. The old inaugurations. Yeah, I forget whose it was, though. You were on at that point. But yeah, either way, I stopped by your stream. I lurked. I didn't say hi. Sorry. Alright, so... Let me scroll back a little bit. No, of course not, Victorious. Joe Exotic Joe Exotic would have been a fucking, like, mild pardon. I mean, some of the rappers were just up on firearms charges, so, you know. That's Fairfax. Fairfax. Truck limo. Jesus Christ. How it feels to talk to cultists in 2021.
Stanone. Oh, wow.
No, that was definitely cup. I saw. John.
Josh.
Well, you guys were fortune
That's on
tellers.
you.
He
You guys were
jumped while it
fortune
happened,
tellers and saying,
but
what if this
it is what
happens
it is.
again? Oh my god. Oh, that was so clear
Squared him. I know it
to
was
the groin.
unintentional, but
That was horrible.
still an illegal
His
shot.
leg was up. That was just, I feel right now.
John, as a fighter, I'm going to put my 2 cents in.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to say if I'm a fighter, I've already basically been dropped twice in training. And I'm
Free vasectomy. Free vasectomies. All right. Lil Wayne was pardoned for federal firearms charges, Duffy. Yeah. He was looking at like 10 years or something like that. Yeah. He was looking at a possible 10 years. Champagne. Giuliani literally told people he doesn't need or want a pardon. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Giuliani should be pissed about it. Oh, you're welcome, Fax. You know that's what I do. Avril Haines, director of national intelligence, once opened a cafe and independent bookstore in Baltimore known for its erotic readings. Apropos of nothing, but I love the side fact warp. That was fun. Yes, a pardon is an admission of guilt. That is true. But yeah, Giuliani was open about that. He literally told people he doesn't need nor want a pardon. So, didn't get one. That, and it seems like the pardons were going for $2 million a pop. That was the word on the street. I heard it from multiple places. Like, that was what was being said over and over. Even some journalists mentioned it. That word on the street was pardons were going for $2 million a pop out the back door. Just double check. All right. Yeah, 280 mil for a few signatures. Oh, yeah. Shala. Yeah, the Blackwater Z mercenaries that committed war crimes. Yeah, he pardoned them. They were a while ago. They weren't in this 143 batch that he just did. But yeah, those were like last month or the beginning of the month time, especially under a Trump administration. But yeah, those were the Blackwater Z mercenaries that were convicted by a military tribunal. Oh, you bless your heart, Shala. How can he justify that type of shit? No need. Doesn't have to. I mean, that's literally the whole point, is he can just fuck off. This is just part of this is benefit of the job. He can do that apropos of nothing. Just like the president can declassify any material they so choose. Fair enough, Facts. Fair enough. Thank you, Shalom. Chat, thank you. And I assure you, we are aware that we are firmly and utterly screwed in this country. Yep, Duffy. Or when he revealed like the identity of some, I think it was a foreign agent for Israel, which, I mean, but think it was a foreign agent for Israel. He revealed the identity to like the Russian ambassador or something like that. Yeah, it's his purview. Pardon for people murdering people in cold blood. That's just fucked. Not just people, like a kid. Those Blackwater mercs. 14 people. Oh, for fuck's sake. 14 people they killed in cold blood, including 2 young boys. So yeah. We better monitor Craigslist ads in Miami for cheap intel and PDBs. Yeah, but Shala, you have to understand that Eric Prince, who was the founder and owner for a while, but now Z is under the umbrella of somebody else. I forget who actually owns them outright now, but he still has a stake in them, is the brother of Betsy DeVos, who was the the Secretary of Education. And by the way, both of which are billionaire trust fund children of the Amway fortune. And if you're unfamiliar with Amway, it's just a multi-level marketing scheme. Door-to-door makeup and lotion and shit like that. Yeah, it's one of the OG MLMs. So, you know... They own the Orlando Magic. Interesting. Didn't know that. Who are they? They're based in Dubai now. Yeah, because I don't keep up with them. Because they rebrand themselves every like 3 months. Now they're Academi or Academi. I don't know how they're pronouncing it, but it'd be Academi. They are. It looks like under. Are they under Constellus or Triple Canopy? Oh no, they merged. So Triple Canopy merged with Academi to form Constellus Group. So the Blackwater portion of Academi became a division under Constellus known as Academi. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yes, Left Bank. It's the Blackwater rebrand. They were Z for a while too. Constellus. Constellus is actually headquartered in Virginia. So the parent company, it's headquartered in Reston, Virginia, but it was incorporated in Chicago. And it looks like all of the current Triple Canopy leadership either is former Delta Force operatives, asset management experts, or yeah, that's about it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like all of their CFOs and shit are like all of their C class are like spec ops. Oh, I know, Duffy. That'll be their original farm. It's a massive technical training facility. Oh, Kojima. The Jedi clone army will eventually kill all Republican. No, Left Bank. You're not confusing them. He's a Dominionist. I have an old podcast episode talking about Dominionism, and how it has infected and spread through the ranks of the American military and governance. There's a little less of it now that Trump's administration is gone, because Betsy DeVos and Eric Prince were both Dominionists. But yeah. I mean, oh, Duffy, should we? I don't really make a habit of doing this. If you want me to go through it, I can. I mean, this is... This is the script for the episode. Yes, plus. Not only do they want like a theocracy, Duffy, they also want to, they believe that if they fulfill the requirements that are set forth in the Bible for the end times, like if they fulfill the signs of the end times, then the end times will come. They view Revelations like a checklist. And if we can just check the boxes, then Jesus will ride down on his white horse and we can get this over with. It's quite insane. Here, there's some really interesting highlights. I'll go through them since there seems to be a bunch of people in here that aren't familiar with them, and well, you know, there's no harm in touching on this shit because these people are insane, and there's still a lot of them in government. One of the names you need to know is Rushdoony. Is R.J. Rushdoony, Rosus John Rushdoony, Rushdoony. This is sort of the guy considered to be the father of Dominionism in America. He's actually the father of Christian Reconstructionism, which is the spiritual predecessor to Dominionism. But so you know, I mean, this is a guy he wrote a book called The Institutes of Biblical Law. He was a Calvinist philosopher, and if you're familiar with Calvinism, then you know how fucked that line of thinking is. So he was like a shit human being. Let's just put it that way. Like he really was. He was a terrible human being. He believed that Old Testament law should be applied to modern society. He believed the death penalty should be used for homosexuality, adultery, lying about one's virginity, witchcraft, idolatry, apostasy, and bearing false witness. Okay, all of these would carry a death penalty in Rushdoony's eyes. He was racist, of course. He didn't believe in racial intermarriage. He opposed integration. He referred to U.S. slavery as benevolent, saying that, quote, some people are by nature slaves. He also denied that there were 6 million Jews exterminated in the Holocaust because, as I wrote in the script, of course he did. He was an utter piece of shit. Okay, so this is the guy who set up Dominionism. He informed and transformed modern American evangelical and fundamentalist movements through his writings. Now, even if you've never heard of Rushdoony, he influenced the evangelical and fundamentalist across this country by a sort of a couple of step spider web that existed. his words weren't found to be palatable for the public by and large, right? So was he anti-Israel? Not that I'm aware of. I didn't come across anything in my research about him writing about Israel explicitly. So I can't speak on that. But he had a couple of disciples, one of which you probably haven't heard of, and then one of which you probably have heard of. He had a pair of really dedicated disciples. One guy by the name of Francis Schaeffer. Okay, Francis Schaeffer isn't really known by a whole lot of people. This name, though, you know. Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson was a dedicated disciple of R.G. Rushdoony. Okay? So what Pat Robertson did was put a publicly acceptable veneer onto Rushdoony's Reconstructionism, Dominionism. You're fine, facts. Don't worry about it. So basically, anybody who knows the influence of Pat Robertson and the 700 Club and how this sort of influenced fundamentalism and evangelicalism in this country, now you understand how Rushdoony actually affected these things. The Office of the Faith-Based and Community Initiatives was set up in the White House, and it funnels literally billions of dollars to groups such as the National Right to Life, Pat Robertson's Operation Blessing, and a whole host of countless Christian organizations and so-called charities. Now, let me skip all of that because you guys don't need to learn what fascism is because we talk about that. So dominionistic ideology had been, at this point, spread throughout much of the American religious right and the evangelical movement. But what you probably don't understand is that they purposefully engage in logocide, the death of the word, right? These are people, yes, Estrella, exactly. These are people that purposefully misinterpret and give supplementary definitions to words that would mean things, other things, right? So life, like when they say right to life or pro-life, they're not actually speaking about life. We all know that, right? Because they're pro-death penalty and all these sorts of things, right? They're speaking in code by and large, and the Dominionists speak about this stuff. They actually mean life in Christ. It's a signal for belief. Wisdom is commitment and obedience to the system. Liberty doesn't take on the freedom from restriction or control, but when one accepts Jesus, you are liberated from the sinful world. All right, so who are some of these people? Who are Dominionists? Oh, Simp Boy, do you want to get on the air? Who are some Dominionists? Do we know some names? Yeah. Antonin Scalia. Dominionist. Schooled in it. Eric Prince, Betsy DeVos, Mark Belize, and Stephen McDowell. You don't know who these names are. These are the authors of the most commonly used American history textbook in Christian schools. All right? It's the book is called America's Providential History. They state unequivocally in that book that liberty is, quote, fealty to the Spirit of the Lord, and that the work of liberty is an ongoing process to free society from secular humanism, eradicate different moral codes and beliefs, and to introduce a single unquestioned Christian orientation to the land. In other words, the most common Christian American history textbook teaches that liberty literally means tyranny. All right. There's the Global Recordings Network. This is a missionary group who strives to bring the name of Jesus to, quote, every tribe and tongue and nation, and teaches that liberty is where the Spirit of the Lord is. And if there's not enough liberty in the land, then there's not enough Spirit of the Lord. Christian Embassy, another Dominionist group. They managed to infiltrate the armed services. This is where it gets weird, and this is why I brought this up. Okay? They have dozens of generals in their ranks. 2004, they filmed a propaganda video featuring several high-ranking individuals, including the U.S. Armed Services Major General Jack Cotton Jr., who was stated in the video that, quote, his being advisor to the Joint Chiefs is a wonderful opportunity to evangelize to men and women setting defense policy, and that his first priority is faith. Christian Embassy holds weekly Bible sessions with senior military officers with, at one time, some 40 generals. They hold weekly prayer breakfasts in the Pentagon Executive Dining Room. Okay? Christian Embassy is associated with CRU, CRU. CRU, which prior to the 2010s was named Campus Crusade for Christ, a fundamentalist religious organization that focused on recruiting young people. They rebranded in 2011. Alongside CRU, there's Battle Cry Ministries, a, quote, self-described evangelical movement that uses elaborate concert and military imagery, including actual ranks of Navy SEALs commonly being in attendance at the events to emphasize their message. Not small events. 25,000 attendees is common at their events. Young people are their targets. During the propaganda events that they run, they use decidedly apocalyptic imagery and lyrics in multimedia displays in order to further their goals. It's run by this guy by the name of Ron Luce, who has gone on the record stating that, quote, this is war, and Jesus invites us to get into the action, telling us that the violent, the forceful ones will lay hold to the kingdom. Their events feature bands, which have inspiring lyrical content, such as Delirious, who has a song that they played for one gathered crowd that went as so. We're an army of God and we're ready to die. Let's paint this big old town red. We see nothing but the blood of Jesus. We are warriors. Those lyrics were projected on an enormous screen so that the 17,000 people present could sing along. And sing along they did. Now retired American General William Boykin counts himself amongst the ranks of Dominionists. Quote, when he sent his troops to fight a Somali warlord, I knew my God was bigger than his. I knew my God was real, and his God was an idol. All right. Just some examples of dominionism spread throughout our government. Like I said, did an entire episode on it. So y'all having fun with Simp Boy or who the fuck? Yeah, and keep in mind, yeah, you can't trust those sorts of like xenophobic people on air though, Left Bank. I mean, that's true. It's just true. Oh, he got timed out. And now I can't even go back and read what he was saying. God damn it. Not worth reading. All right, fair enough. Yeah, actually, you did, Rabbit. It was one of the earlier stories you shared on the air. I do remember that. summary. Hey, Goal. Well, we ended up on religion just because we started on Blackwater, and Eric Prince is a Dominionist, and so I highlighted some points from a script that I had written on Dominionism for an old podcast episode. And then somebody came into chat who Left Bank has summarized their point as Islam bad, Christianity good, left has no balls and won't admit this. So, yeah. So is that person, even though they received a timeout and they've been untimed out, are they still in chat? Because I think they probably took off. But I would love to interact a little. No idea, Syndicalist. I can't answer that. Right now we're actually under where I would like to be for this time of night. This is low count. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, okay. What do you need me to say? That Islam has a serious problem with homophobia, misogyny, and especially within Wahhabism, as spread by the Saudi crown, and definitely has a contingent that has violent tendencies within it. That the spread of Wahhabism under the Saudi crown has contributed largely to the brand of extremism within Islam that we see throughout the world, that they are directly responsible for deaths. Have my balls come back yet? Sure you are. Sure you are. Ooh, I like that one. Zealot, I like that one. I'm taking it. Thank you. Stop yelling or I'm just going to ban you. Simply, take your fucking caps lock off or I'm going to ban you. All right, this is your warning. I'm giving you fair warning. It's obnoxious. Multiple people have told you told you and asked you to stop. Done. I warned you. I know, Joe. I know. Like, just knock it the fuck off. Choppy. No, it is not. I'm an anarchist. Most of my my community is comprised of left to very left. So, no. We do like our bait titles, though. Oh, I copied that. Oh, did you walk into the wrong room, Choppy? Don't worry, we're friendly. Just, you know, don't be anti-Semitic. Don't be racist. You know, that sort of shit. You will get dogpiled. But we welcome people with differing viewpoints. We've got conservative people within the community. But yeah. All right, Fax. Take care of yourself. Thank you for the follow, Beethoven. Casey Jones. Are you borderline communistic? End stage, I would be ANCOM, but that's not what I've argued for today. But fundamentally, primarily, I'm an anarchist. That is the thing. That is my cause. As far as the economic system goes, I would argue for fuck Reuters. There, go ahead. Does that count as my thoughts on them? It's very sort of a visceral, immediate reaction. What in the fuck are some of you on about? Oh, all right. Kaiser's eating a poke bowl. All right, that makes that clears up some of that. What Synclist is on about, I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Syndicalist, that was a weird set of comments. I went back to the beginning. How can I can I explain how I think the absence of governments is a good thing? Oh yeah, did we ever find my balls? I think that question went unanswered. I mean, I criticized Islam, right? Like I think my balls magically grew back or something like that. I really do. That explains a few things. All right. That explains a few things. All right. Syndicalist, you're good. Who am I talking to here? Choppy. One. It's about the what is well, I mean, you can type exclamation anarchism and you will get my definition, or I can rattle it off in a second. But anarchism is about the collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy or a horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms, and the dismantling or replacement of them wherever they may lie, right? Okay, so yeah, Johnny Rotten has never been consistent in anything he said, Warp. So, the state is what you need to focus on, Choppy, not the government. The state. All right? The state is an unjust hierarchy. Everything they do is coercive, and they utilize a monopolization of force in order to enforce that system. Everything in our society comes down to, at the end of the day, we will shoot you in the face if you do not comply. That's it. That is the truth of the matter. That's what it boils down to, is a fundamental monopolization of force. Don't pay your property taxes. See what happens. Well, they're going to take your house or they're going to take your stuff, right? Well, try and hold on to that stuff. They will use police. Well, resist the police and see what happens. They will use force. So the entirety of the state utilizes a monopolization of force, which is an unjust practice. It violates multiple philosophical tenets. And so anarchism is about the opposition to this. It's been tried many places. It operates to this day. There's indigenous societies that are considered the OGs of this that still operate in these manners. Spain has done it successfully. I mean, I could rattle off a bunch. But Yeah, and put your stuff out on the street or auction it off, Pops. That is the truth of the matter. Is that the system you exist within is an unjust hierarchy. Anarchism is about the abolition of that unjust hierarchy. The monopoly of legitimate violence, as Foucault would say. Michel Foucault. Even if it's done through authoritarian manner, shouldn't we have a foundation? You can have... actually, they don't, Young Pro. And, hey, Rabbit, are you still in chat? There are entire groups of anthropologists and indigenous communities that would beg to differ, Young Pro. And we have an indigenous anthropologist in our community who... Yep. Hey, Rabbit, do you mind jumping on the air really quickly? And who was it? It was somebody else that I was speaking to. Cool. All right, so, oh, there it was. Even if it's done through authoritarian manner, shouldn't we still have a foundation? You can have a non-authoritarian foundation. It's not only possible, it has been achieved many times. I mean, you don't even need to use indigenous communities. 50% of the agriculture and industry produced during the Spanish Civil War was produced by anarchistic communes. Nestor Makhno managed to organize anarchists that, I mean, eventually lost the war against the White Army. But that was in coordination with Western powers as well, even. Catalonia, the Basque region, Cospaya in Italy, Korea, Japan, the UK. We still have anarchistic communes running in the US. Victorious. The name for that would be... it would probably fall under something like post-anarchism, actually. You're right, it was Crimea, right? Guillotine, where he ran out the whites. Hang on, I can check that really quickly. Guys, he took heavy casualties there. Yeah, but he managed to push the whites back in Crimea. It's basically Soviet versus anti-Soviet Russian military regiments is the difference. No, technically it would be the black. I'm pretty sure it would be the Black Army because 40,000 of the Red Army troops defected to the Black Army. And then it was, I think, the Black Army that successfully finally managed to overturn. Hey there, Rabbit.
Hey, what's up?
Let's see. CB Young Pro, I think is the one that needs. Yeah. As someone who literally says, honestly, I don't remember much from history class. However, I'm pretty sure it was only the elders and tribes who partook in their council.
In whose council?
It's almost like treating indigenous communities or any community as a singular monolith is pretty easy to debunk pretty quickly. Are there any examples of, shall we say, some level of direct democracy within indigenous communities?
Oh, God, yes. Pennsylvania, the entire colony of Pennsylvania, it was a... Okay, so here's some fun. Just how much fun monarchies can be. The King of England couldn't pay off his debts, so he started handing out whole swaths of land. And one of the debts that he had to basically do this gift give for was a family named Penn, Penn. And William Penn got a colony, an entire freaking colony, all to himself. He got to be the governor because his dad had paid some war bonds and the king couldn't pay him back. Well, that's why the colony is named Pennsylvania, because he named it after himself because he was just that subtle. And he would write letters back to his friends living in England, kind of complaining and kind of bragging, because he actually, I don't know, he was a bit of a fanboy for natives. And he was negotiating with the Lenni Lenape tribe at the time because that was their territory. And he was writing letters back to his friends, sort of almost bitching about how incredibly time-consuming the process was, because every time he tried to make a change to the contract, the entire village had to show up in order to agree to it. And he talked about how they would sit... the elders would sit closest to him, and then behind that would be the warriors and the women, and then behind that would be the children, so that literally everyone had to hear what he had to say, and then he would be forced to leave the room. They would discuss among themselves. Then he'd be brought back into the room. The elders would speak on the behalf of the entire village for the decision. So, yeah, I don't know that you could get much more direct democracy than that.
Are there any examples of this sort of system being federated?
Yeah, the Iroquois White Law.
What
specifically?
What kind of size are we talking about with the Iroquois?
Oh God, I think because they actually refer to themselves as the League of the Hodnansi. And it's a league of originally 5 tribes and then eventually became 6 tribes. Each of those tribes probably had between, I don't know, 100 to 200,000 individual members. So you're talking on the order of, I don't know, 1 million people.
Interesting.
At 750 to 1 million people.
All right. So we can safely say that non-hierarchical direct democracy systems have not only been tried, they are found to be true within indigenous communities, not only abroad, but here in North America.
Oh, yeah. And that, I mean, there were similar systems in some sections of Central America. I mean, we always hear about like the Maya or the Aztec, and they were very monolithic and very enforced from a central leadership. But there were plenty of, smaller groups that, as a matter of fact, the ones that eventually helped overthrow when the Spanish showed up, the reason that they were able to overthrow the king in the first place was because all of these smaller tribal groups in the area hated them because they were monarchs, and so they helped overthrow. So yeah, it was friggin' everywhere.
And as Shala pointed out, in Manchuria, anarchists led the whole region without hierarchy, with approximately 2 million people. Young Pro, I'm hearing a lot of the exception proves the rule here. Do you understand what that phrase actually means? Because proves doesn't mean truth. It means tests, as in bread proofing. It's funny how people don't know what these phrases mean.
Just one thought. Thank you, Bounce House, for spelling that. By the way, I know the scholarship on this, and I still spell it wrong constantly because I can never remember how it's spelled.
Zealot saying your immediate response to almost everything has been, "Oh God, yes," which should have been enough indication in itself that he knows the answer. Yeah. So let's just say that not only has a system of anarchism been tried and true historically, contemporarily, we will both concede, Rabbit and myself, I'm sure, speaking on behalf of myself, but the number one threat to anarchism is just authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A thug shows up with a gun and forces you to do it a different way.
Yeah.
That's about the only reason that people would give up the system. And by the way, the Hudnansi still exist. The Iroquois League is still in force to this day. They have an independent agreement with the U.S. government. So it's not like these systems just fell away. Many of them negotiated treaties that are still enforced.
They don't devolve. They don't become something else. It is arguably one of the most efficient systems. But when and here's the duality of it. The number one threat to anarchism is authoritarianism. You know what the number one threat to authoritarianism is? Anarchism.
Yeah, weird how that works.
Yeah. We are each other's opposition. We are the diametrically opposed poles. And so we cancel each other out to an extent, which leaves room for the neolibs.
I guess we should.
So, yeah, just, I wanted somebody with a level of authority to speak on that. Young Pro, if you have any other things that you would like to comment on, as far as this being some sort of fantasy realm of political theory or ideology, by all means, while I've got Rabbit in the house, I wanted you or Sue. Oh, by the way, if you are streaming one of these days and you get a guy by the name of Precision Simping,
I saw that.
yes, if you get him on your channel, treat him with kid gloves and try and teach him some stuff.
Okay.
He's going to be aggravating. He's going to not be on the same page as you.
Right.
But I think there's a glimmer. And yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We had him on the air. Like, he was irritating chat for ages, and we got him on the air. He talked in good faith. And I mean, this isn't even my verdict being rendered. Chat was like, dude, he got demolished, but he conceded a shit ton of points.
Nice.
And so he's like, well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, I still disagree, but maybe you're right. That sort of stuff.
Sometimes that's the most you can hope for.
Yeah. And there was, he just couldn't envision how hierarchical organizational structures would work and how they could possibly have any merit or standing or, legs on them. And I was like, you need to talk to Lost Sue. You need to talk to Tale of Twin Rabbit. And because Sue will tell you from like a first person perspective and Rabbit will give you the anthropologist sort of perspective. I'm like, you need to understand how this is not only viable, but has been tested by tens of millions of people.
I'm now confused. Young Pro is saying there's a social convention that you need to provide a counter argument for, as in you need academic backing for the concept, or I'm not following what the demand here is.
I think they're talking about what you say to be legitimate. So we're saying that state is an illegitimate source of or an unjust hierarchy, therefore it is illegitimate.
Right.
I
So they're saying like you have to you don't have to replace a flawed system with something like we didn't replace the system of earth, air, fire, and water. We just proved that's not how physics works. It didn't get replaced by, oh no, it turns out it's actually metal, air, fire, and water. We just proved it was wrong. I'm confused.
It is what it is. Hey, Cracknot, thank you for the follow. If your authority, okay, the entire structure of the state rests on its authority, right? Like this is it. The authenticity of the state's authority or claim to authority is the basis for all of it. Is to say we have the right to tell you how to do things, how to live your life, how to build a structure, how to operate your business, how to conduct interpersonal relations. This is the state's entire gig, right? Like this is their claim to authority. Their claim to authority is founded upon one singular actual ideal. Do what we say or we shoot you in the face.
Yeah.
That's it. And that is an illegitimate claim to authority. That is an unjust hierarchy. That is coercion. That's it.
You know, one of the first like moments when I realized I just don't understand the concept of leadership the same way as so many of my apparently fellow U.S. citizens understand it. There was a girl, she was about high school age, and she had filmed herself. She was the state governor. She went for a school day, that like they do. And she filmed herself, and I think she posted it to Twitter or Vine or whatever was around at the time. But it was her saying, "You're an effing idiot." And that was it. That was the whole thing. And a whole corner of the internet, specifically people from my state, lost their minds because how dare this child be so disrespectful? Right? And I had posted this because this was back when Facebook mattered. I had posted this on Facebook and said, I guess I just don't understand why people are so worked up. And a couple of people replied to me, well, what if she talked to her dad that way? And the first thought that went through my head was, if you think that a governor is like a father, this person we elected, then you completely disagree with me about what an elected representative is supposed to be. They don't tell you what to do. You tell them what to do. That's not how any of this is supposed to work. And from that point forward, I'm like, I don't think I'm a liberal.
And I mean that is how a lot of people approach their relationship with the state and governance, is they see it as this sort of parental figure.
That just scares the crap out of me. I can't imagine thinking of the president as my daddy. Like, what? No. Okay.
Yeah, they just want somebody to tell them what to do. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that, I mean, I would even make an argument. Pops agrees with you, by the way, on that one. He says, me too. I would argue that most people have... Okay, so you either have... I'm going to make a binary statement. You either have a functioning familial relationship or you have a dysfunctional familial relationship. And I would argue that the functional familial relationships are far closer to a communistic relationship than they are an authoritarian or capitalistic relationship. That the family is pretty much from each according to their ability to each according to their need, right? Like you don't make a 4-year-old do your taxes, but you may ask them to pick up their toys. And you're not going to deny that child their dinner or the roof over their head or clothes because they didn't pick up their toys, if you're at least a functional human being. Whereas in a capitalistic or authoritarian or a traditional hierarchical structure, you would do that. And that is a perfect example of those dysfunctional families. And so I think that there is a whole host of people in this country that have been so propagandized, so brainwashed by the state, by the system, by capitalism, by authoritarianism, that they not only don't understand how their relationship to governance is supposed to work, that they don't understand how their relationship to other human beings is supposed to work because of it.
Well, yeah, I'm noticing we've moved on to You Haven't Seen Me Mad Yet.
Oh, I saw that too.
Thank you. Thank you, Momo, for pointing that out. But does he have a larger green form? Is that what we're waiting for?
I don't know. Hey, Stop the Steal. Stop the Steal 2020 MAGA. Welcome back. How did you like the inauguration? Hey, thank you for the sub, Ducking Fork. Did you enjoy watching Trump slink off in shame?
It was so sad.
Did the Q master plan come to fruition? Hey, Angie.
Okay, Curio, you've got to be more specific.
Oh, what did Curio say?
Child abuse rules.
That sounds.
You got to narrow that down.
That sounds about right. Oh, Stop the Steal posted the Kellyanne Claudia video of child abuse where she actually hits her child. Where
lovely.
Yes, where she smacks her child, where she tells her she's a fucking bitch, where she says you're lucky that I'm pro-life, implying that if she weren't, she'd kill her own daughter. And said that it was Kellyanne talking shit to her brat daughter and how it was hilarious. It was great. See? Like I said, people being broken by this system.
I'm trying to understand why that's supposedly someone who's on your side, right? Like, Stop the Steal. This is supposed to be like, these are the people we respect, right? Someone who can't actually make a clear argument about anything. They just have to scream until the other person runs out of energy. Is that what I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically. I mean,
okay.
Claudia's already been very open about it. She's seeking emancipation the first chance she gets. And if you watch the
I
video,
don't blame her.
you can see that she's playing a video off of a Google Drive. So clearly she's been doing what everybody recommends children of abuse do, document the shit out of it, put it into, a cloud somewhere so you can access it.
Good.
Yeah.
So does Stop the Steal watch the 300 on a loop? Because I've got news that brings up some other questions. I'm just saying.
Angie, I'm not sure if you've already covered this, but I had a question. In a system without rulers or hierarchy, will there still be a designation of counsel to determine expertise within the group? Point being that in modern or past society, humans have the desire to demonstrate superiority in some form or another over each other, physically or intellectually. How do you proactively prepare for the reaction while still maintaining complete equality? You value their expertise, but you don't allow it to be a position of authority. You use delegate committees and stuff like that in a modern anarchistic sense to seek out expertise when you need it. Like, you value the expertise, but it doesn't mean you automatically get a position of power. It doesn't mean you have authority over anybody necessarily.
Like the example that I frequently use is, okay, so you've got someone who's a blacksmith and someone who's not a blacksmith, and you stick them both in the room with a forge and a piece of metal, and you say, okay, go. And the blacksmith makes something, and the one who doesn't know how to make something doesn't make something. Boom. Expertise established. It's not as though you need like a council of judges to look at the piece of metal and the jewelry and like decide, oh, this person will now be our blacksmith. It'll just be the one who can make stuff is the one who's the blacksmith. I don't know why we would need a council of elders in order to make that decision. Am I missing something?
No, you're not. Not missing anything. Angie's just curious. Angie's still learning.
Right. I'm not trying to I'm not
No,
trying
that's
to
spot on.
overstep.
Stop the steal. The kid is blaming everyone for having COVID, having a breakdown for no reason. Oh yeah, no reason for that breakdown. Her mother lied to her face about having COVID and then spent the day with her and gave her COVID. The same mother who is emotionally and physically abusive. Yeah, I can't imagine why that 15-year-old child may have some negative reactions to that.
You know, I remember watching what was the speech that she gave? Something about the massacre that never actually happened. I can't remember what one of the school was that she listed where there had supposedly been a shooting and it was a school that didn't exist. And so they had her back on, it was either CNN or MSNBC, one of the two. And they're like, so this school that you said the shooting was at that doesn't
Bowling
exist.
Green.
Bowling Green, that was it. I mean, let's face it, the last 4 years have been 120 years long. So it's hard to remember. But they had her on either CNN or C-SPAN or something, and they were interviewing her saying, okay, so what about this massacre at this place that doesn't exist? And her response to that was, well, I was just using that as like an example of what it is that we're talking about right now. And I turned to my partner and I said at that moment, this woman is a complete sociopath. And man, did she find the perfect job. She is getting paid to be a sociopath, and more power to her. She picked the right industry to go into. And I haven't really seen any evidence to disagree with me since then.
No, she's a terrible human being.
Yeah.
I mean, just...
And I bet she made really good money.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is astounding. It is amazing to me. I mean, you've been in this long enough, right? Like, you come at this both from an academic and an indigenous perspective. And I come at it from, having been in the punk scene and being an IT systems guy and also being, the sort of autodidactical academic side of anarchism, right? It's still
Right.
it still kind of weirds my brain out when people have this much trouble getting some of these topics. Like, I understand conceptually the role of propagandization and normalization and miseducation and cultural norms and that sort of thing, right? But it really does still to this day, like I think we need to we need to consciously work on some sort of speed mechanism for this. Like, there's got to be like a crash course version. It shouldn't.
We need better memes.
Yeah, we need better memes. We can't expect everybody to do what you and I have done. It's just not realistic.
And see, I think that's where I run trouble too, is I'm having this conversation with people about the governor of my state, and they're saying, well, but you wouldn't talk to your dad that way. And I'm like, we're coming at this from fundamentally divergent perspectives to start with, let alone what conclusions we reach based on those perspectives. So I don't know how to, it's like that joke, I don't know how to talk you into caring about other people.
Yeah. And I'm with
I don't really know
Momo.
how to talk someone into.
I'm with Momo. I would 100% talk to my dad that way.
Well, right. And frankly, I would too, but we didn't have the best relationship anyway, so. But yeah, I don't know that I have a good, easy answer for how do you explain to people, no, really, it's just not that hard.
It really isn't. And I mean,
you don't obey.
I usually tell people that just go to an anarchistic coffee shop or a bookstore, and talk to them, because you need to experience this firsthand, apparently.
I guess.
Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. The air is yours.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Young Pro, why are you talking about gun control now? There's a whole bunch of lefties who are not particularly in favor of gun control either, because once again, that's a state authority establishing when and where you are allowed to make your own choices. It seems like you're having some trouble understanding the idea of independence. Is that is that where the communication is breaking down? That you're just not comprehending actual making of your own choices? Yeah, I noticed that happens a lot. The confusing anarchist with lib when they're not confusing anarchist with, set a building on fire randomly because it's Thursday. Hey, Wolf Skeptic, how you doing? Okay, young pro, I can do that very easily. A hierarchy is unjustified when it is not able to demonstrate a reason to exist that doesn't depend on itself. For example, if I say to you, is the Bible true? And your response to me is, of course it is, the Bible says so, then we've reached a circle. And it doesn't make any difference what the Bible says about its own authority. I need something outside of that. So, like the president says, I'm in charge of you because I said so. And the entire population says, no. And then the president changes. See how that worked? It just happened. Like, I think 4 hours ago. What was it, 4 hours ago? Is
No,
my
it was
time
a
right
while.
here?
No. It was fucking 8 hours ago.
Oh, well, I've been asleep. But yeah, like this president dude said, I run your life. And the America said, incorrect. And then we got a new one. See, it's like, boom, that fast. Neat trick, right? Now do that even faster.
Bust out the piano map. Oh Lord. Small PPP, big dreams. In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? No, it's controlled by humanity. Direct democracy or consensus decision making is people, like you and I. Like it's us deciding.
Well, let's be clear. We're not seeing like a hand of God hanging over someone right now, right?
No,
Like if somebody's got an actual hand somewhere,
checked.
then that's gonna, yeah.
But I mean, he could be faster than me. Nope.
True.
Nope. I need to print and laminate a map. The piano map.
You need a GIF. That way, like the keys can light up as you're along.
Let's see. There was something I missed there. Lone Star. What is an anarchist? Somebody who ascribes to and follows as best to their ability the tenets, beliefs, ideologies, philosophies of anarchism. It's a very wide body of water. Anarchism is a network of ideas. It isn't a singular monolithic entity. So there are many different types of anarchists as well. Despite what some of those asshole puritopians that drive me up a fucking wall would have you believe.
Oh God, no kidding.
But yeah, that's what an anarchist is. And Momo pumped into chat the channel definition of anarchism for you. We going in deep again, Neobuthus? I don't know. We shall see. I mean, we're sort of headed towards a fucking theory realm. Oh Jesus. Oh, and where was our tripper? Who fucking was fucking tripping balls? Was that? Oh, that was Syndicalist, I think. That was literally tripping balls on stream. Fucking, that was a hell of a series of comments. I was like, what is up? Shrooms and weed. It's like, oh, okay.
Are we sure Big Dreams isn't kind of tripping? That's a whole lot right there.
Yeah, that's what. Okay. Sleep well, Joe. Take care of yourself. Edibles. Oh, they were only stoned from edibles. Okay. Oh yeah.
Some people feel it harder.
Apparently no shrooms. They were just kidding. Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, I don't follow that sort of. Sorry, chat spams by sometimes. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Excuse me. Gringo. I mean, I wish I was tripping. Yeah, we need. I do think that the anarchists need better memes. Cat, get on that. You're a Zoomer. Get on that shit.
Yeah, make a TikTok or something.
Yes. That's a thing Zoomers do, right?
That's what I'm told.
Yeah. Sassy, I'm a graphic designer. Well, fucking
All right.
we need better anarchist memes, apparently. Cat, I refuse to be prostituted like this.
Oh, we're not paying you. What?
Yeah, this is straight mutual aid.
Yeah.
We can, just not these. Not these anarchists, that's all. Too old to be. It's for the exposure, right? Exactly.
There you go. Make sure to sign your work.
Are there any good movies that show anarchy or anarchism? I mean, the first thing that popped into my mind wasn't a movie. It was a book. It was an homage to Catalonia, quite frankly. But, I mean, that's probably more about socialism and communism than it is anarchism. But he does touch on it quite a bit.
Dances with Wolves. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know that I've ever seen a cinematic depiction of anarchy that was in any way complimentary.
Yeah.
Or hell, even neutral. I really haven't seen anything that I would recommend.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What? I'm fine.
Look at this. Fuck you too. Look at all the white privilege this shitbag white cocksucker has. You should donate some of that to us.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Where am I going here?
it's in chat.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Well,
Come-
I don't know
coming
who
at
us
aggressive.
is, but if I'm gonna be donating to anybody, it's definitely not gonna be your punk ass, but Momo, Rabbit, Sue, Ace. I got people in my community that definitely aren't like white, as you're fucking putting it. I would gladly donate to them before I would your punk ass.
I like the power quotes. That's a good touch.
Yeah.
Do we know why you're supposed to be donate just like randomly? Is this like bits? You just throw them around?
I guess so. Just because I'm white, like, you know, guilt, and like I have a roof over my head and I have stuff in front of me, therefore I guess I'm their definition of rich. And
Good job.
yeah. Yeah, never mind the fact that I'm a member of multiple marginalized communities as well. But hey, who's got time for nuance, right?
Yeah, I'm just not clear on. I mean, if you're going to make the argument that you should be disseminating your white privilege to all those who are less fortunate than yourself, then that's like directional, as in, okay, do you have to come up with a system whereby this person is more deserving than that person? Is there a percentage? There's like a whole system here.
Yeah, how do we quantify it? Is there like, you know, I mean, we could probably come up with a qualitative system easily, but a quantitative one is going to be necessary for the distribution, right? So, we're going to have an actual oppression Olympics. Where do we meet?
Is this getting us into like spreadsheet territory? Because I'm terrible with those.
I think it is.
Oh, crap. I haven't worked on Excel in so long.
Ace, Ace fucking says, I don't want your privilege. No offense, but being gay negated most of your white privilege. Add in the medical concerns. You about on my level, bro.
Oh yeah, I don't want any of your medical issues. You can keep those.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Oh, okay. See, now that puts into another do you have to distribute only your white privilege points minus all of those things which might affect their value? So, okay, this is getting complicated.
interesting. Patronum says,
Yeah.
according to Ancestry, I'm 0.02% African. Does that count?
Well, that depends. Are you trying to trade it? Like, is this a market that we're now discussing? Is there a market for white privilege points?
Well, I mean, in our hyper-capitalist society, we can commodify anything, I'm sure.
Excellent. All right, so now we have to come up with a basis value. So, do we know what the metric is for white privilege?
I'm guessing it would have to have something to do with like statistical interactions with police and maybe banking institutions.
So, like loans.
Yeah, loans and not getting shot.
Do we have a dollar value?
It's difficult. I'm sure we'd have to have like some actuarial tables for that.
Oh, crap.
See?
Which
It's-
means that we're going to have to come up with an exchange system specifically that, of course, would fluctuate.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Oh yeah, now we're creating, fucking not only are we going to have like an oppression Olympics, we're going to have an actual market system for our oppression points.
Oh, this is going to take time.
White
I mean, I suppose we could simplify. We could just give it a set value, like, 40 cents on the dollar or something.
So I'm pretty sure we ran this piece of shit off. But just in case, hey, you know what? I'm not even going to ban him. I'm going to let him fucking come back. Yeah, Lynx, we had somebody come in chat like super aggro right out of the gate yelling at me for having white privilege and how I should be donating to us. I don't know who us was. They got super aggro, so Rabbit and I in chat started riffing on how do we decide who to donate to? What do we donate? We started creating a market economy for privilege points. It was a whole fucking thing. Yeah. Mostly.
Actually, I like Super Dad's idea for a cryptocurrency.
That could work.
Yeah.
Crypto privilege.
That sounds so wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, that's sort of what you walked into, Lynx. Is us just making fun of somebody who doesn't get it at all.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely clear on what prompted it either.
It was apropos of nothing. They walked in, they followed the channel, and then yelled at me.
Isn't Pretzel Rock's music
Yes.
announcer? Why does it keep getting deleted?
Because I deleted it. If I've changed the song, I delete it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Sorry, I wasn't following along. I like crypto cookies because it's that play on. Do you want a cookie for that?
Did you see what Kat said in chat?
No, what I miss?
I say we give Kai an N-word pass and call it a day to signify his lack of privilege.
Oh no, no, went there right out of the gate. All right.
Lynx, I actually like it because people ask about the song sometime, and I can just say it's in chat. So yeah.
I can't get mine to work for shit.
We're just,
I seem to be the anti-bot.
huh? Interesting.
I know. Well, okay, to be fair, I mean, I'm still working out my streaming abilities, and for the first, I guess, 10 minutes of my second stream, the entire screen was black. And I finally figured out that, did you know that when you're streaming, your stream system, Streamlabs, whatever, you actually have to prioritize which window you want it to care about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it
interesting.
just waits. Yeah. Yeah. Who knew? I know I'm a boomer. You don't have to say it.
Cool.
Momo is creeping.
Duly noted. So if I'm ever in Argentina, I'll be sure to tell them that premarital told me I can say that word.
Excellent.
Up here, it really doesn't mean shit, to be perfectly honest. I could walk out on the street and say that word to just about anybody, and I think 95% of the people wouldn't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, they might look at you funny just for saying a word they didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that up these parts, premarital, that word doesn't mean shit. No offense, but, you know, the oppressed Argentinian contingent in America isn't very large.
Which is not to say that we don't care, just that it's not going to get a lot of traction if you try to make a big deal out of it.
People don't even know the slurs for your people. It's a small community. Yes, Lone Star referencing the Black Wall Street, I think, Tulsa, the Tulsa Race Massacre with June 1st, 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Is it the oppressed Argentinian contingent, just Italians?
Oh, wow.
Premarital can't even fucking get oppressed these days. Hey, Squid.
I would like to, congratulate Squid on copy of Rule for Radicals finally arriving.
Mine's back there. One of these days I'll finish what I'm working on. You didn't
Are
even...
you doing like a read through?
No. I'm working on a piece involving these 3 books. So far, depends what I add into it.
Okay.
Yeah, working on an essay.
So Rules, and what are the other 2?
How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century by Eric Olin Wright, and Structural Anarchism by Michel-Luc Bellemare.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Bellemare is not mentioned often. Like, I don't think he gets the recognition he deserves, but it's probably because his writing is near impenetrable.
Honestly, I don't know that I've heard the name come up.
Yeah, it is
That I can remember.
extraordinarily academic. This is essentially just a thesis. And it's one very difficult to read. Am I on your screen?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. I saw it looks like a pentacle. What is that?
Oh, it's the star with the A, but it is extraordinarily difficult to literally read as well as actually interpret. It is very dense. It is very heavy in terminology that you have to cross-reference. Some of it is bespoke terminology. And so,
great.
Yes. And so it is extraordinarily, it is a dense piece of material, but this has had a very huge influence on how I use anarchism as a lens of analysis.
Okay. When was it written?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. A few years ago. It was published, this publishing was in 96, but it was written, I think, back in like the early 2000s.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up then.
Yeah, it took me a while, but I finally tracked him down on Twitter, and he finally accepted my DMs. It's like that. It's like, dude, can you tell me what you mean by? It's like there's no like I said, there is bespoke terminology in the book, and there's no like glossary for it. It's just.
So, are you going to come up with a glossary for it?
I should. Who wanted that? Estrella. It is the Structural Anarchism Manifesto. The Logic of Structural Anarchism versus the Logic of Capitalism by Michel-Luc Bellemare. But Structural Anarchism Manifesto will get you there.
What does he mean by structural? As in replacing a structure, or does he actually mean it's a codified structure of anarchist?
Yeah, it's the structure of capitalism versus the structure of anarchism. The compare and contrast of the various points, methodologies, topologies, and implementations thereof.
So he's not necessarily affirming this is the type of anarchism we should do. He's doing more of a direct analysis.
Yeah, it is very much like an analytical thesis.
Okay.
There is some affirmation in there for sure. There is biases creep.
Right.
Because he is an anarchist. There's many things actually. But yeah, it is. Here, let me. I'll pull a. Let's see. Yeah, textual note. Every paragraph has a minimum of 5 hyphenated word sections, right? Like,
Oh, shit.
yeah, and there are multi-hyphenated word sections, right? Like, bourgeois state capitalism is all one word.
Okay.
Okay, that's just
And this-
hyphenated.
Was this translated from another language, or was it English?
It's English.
Okay.
But, dynamic formations, hyphenated, are the small, free, and/or flexible socioeconomic forces and structures of the insatiable drive for the ownership/knowledge, which are producing, consuming, and distributing autonomously and according to their own volition and pragmatic egalitarianism. Dynamic formations are founded on polyrationality. They're polyrational assemblies. In contrast, the static formation are the small, unfree, rigid socioeconomic forces and structures of a small set of insatiable drives for ownership and knowledge, administering and organizing socioeconomic forces into quantifiable organized microcycles and microprocesses of mental, physical, capitalist production, consumption, and distribution at the base of the bourgeois state capitalism. Static formations are founded on instrumental rationality. They are instrumentalist assemblies.
Wow. Does he actually define like instinctive drive at some point, or are you just left to guess?
Contextual.
Excellent.
It's the structural, the anarchism. It is the Structural Anarchism Manifesto by Michel-Luc Bellemare. Squid. I wish I could recommend it for most people. I wouldn't.
But don't.
I
There
would,
are texts that scare away noobs.
Yeah, like if you aren't already a theory head, like if you aren't prepared to approach this with like a collegiate level of perception and understanding and contextual reading and filling in these weird gaps that academics tend to leave because they're not writing for a corner bookstore. This was written for other theory heads. And so, yeah, if you're there, then by all means, get it. Like I said, it's been hugely influential in my version of anarchism, but it is intensely dense. And I almost think it's intentionally so. I sincerely think Bellemare wrote that document in a way that keeps certain people out.
Well, plus I'm sure there was an element of, oh no, I can use your jargon too.
Like Terence McKenna did with all of his mushroom theories. He wrote in academic formats, as he put it, to leave this on the doorstep of academia and as a sort of Trojan horse.
Well, and frankly, if you've been trapped in, I still do not know. I know this is a narrative on the right, and it's also a narrative from the centrists that going to university sort of liberates you and makes you into a lefty. And I'm like, you've never actually been to a university. They're really conservative institutions they're gated communities in a literal sense. So the idea that they make you into like hardcore lefty Marxists is I think, a little naive. But every once in a while, you come across a paper where they're like, "No, we're going to use all of your jargon and disprove all points." And so I'm sure there's an element of that in what he's doing.
Thank you for the follow, Joster Gamer. Counter Revolution Tanky. How does anarchism see class reductionism? Anarchists tend to be intersectionalists. There are some that aren't, but a tendency amongst anarchists trends towards intersectionalism.
It's harder to do intersectionalism, and I think that's why class reductionist methods are so appealing to so many people. It's really easy to explain that one. Just divorce overall your identity as a person from are you a manager or not? If you're having a conversation about management versus worker, that's really easy to convey to a wide audience, as opposed to the joke that we just did about how much is white privilege worth on the open market. That's slightly more obscure.
Okay. RV, I got your whisper. Yeah, if you want, that's fine, RV. Yeah, it definitely just Jesus Christ. It really does. Stark Raving says it's not hard to explain white supremacy at all. Can we go back to using I've gone back to using chauvinism. Yeah. It's a better word.
I disagree with you. I think the reason white supremacy gained currency is because it works really well in the U.S. But if you're having a conversation with someone who's from France, the idea of white supremacy doesn't really make much sense, because the definition of whiteness, even between various countries in Europe, is so incredibly broad. Like, the British think of the Welsh as a separate species.
Which is always
in the
funny.
US, those are all categorized as white.
Yeah, which is always funny hearing the Brits talk about the Welsh. Stark Raving, why re-supremacy? It has to do with, okay, so one, in America, we've come to a sort of false definition of chauvinism. We've conflated it with misogyny. Chauvinism is basically just in-group, out-group, organized xenophobia of a sorts. It's essentially you have an in-group and they treat the out-group poorly. This is chauvinism. It can be based on wealth. It could be based on nationality. It could be based on hat type. Doesn't really matter. It is a far better word for what we're talking about. But as Rabbit pointed out, in America, but this is my point is, I have a channel where I speak to, on a regular basis, Mitre uses chauvinism instead, right? Like in Australia, chauvinism plays, sort of 50-50. Like you said, France, it would play perfectly. It would play perfectly across a swath of Europe. And so, coming from that sort of globalist, spooky, perspective, we have that American-centric ideology that we're like, we are the center of the world. Well, we're using the wrong word again. And I'd like to use a correct one, or at least a more correct one, quite frankly. And I think also it does a lot to drive away, or not drive away, but put up the walls of defense for those we need to reach. The ones who are perpetuating that cycle, if you walk up to them and start talking about their white privilege and how they're participating in a system of white supremacy, their defenses go up immediately. And the conversation just halts. And you spend all of your time just kicking water uphill with them. And I think it would go a long way to try and reach those people if we just keep that one in our back pocket from time to time. Right? Discussion amongst yourselves, that's fine. But I think when we go out and we reach across and we try and talk to some of these people and we immediately hit them with that one, it just doesn't react well. And yeah, Mitre cheering. Hey, thanks for the biddies. Mitre saying, yep, saying white supremacy makes reactionaries react badly. It's bad method. I think it's bad praxis. I do. That's my opinion, and that's why I've started using different terminology.
Well, and plus, I think having a conversation about eliminating whiteness as an independent category in the way that it's perceived in the US is actually a separate conversation from some of the things that we're talking about when we talk about anarchism broadly. This is where we get into the discussion of intersectional analysis versus class reductionism. We have to talk about race as a part of the conversation. We can't make it all about white privilege.
And if
I mean, realistically,
yeah.
we could delete the word and the category completely, and we'd still have things that anarchists are going to have to fight for. You know, so it's a separate issue.
I think it does more harm than good. I think that, like we were talking about how anarchists need better memes, I think hitting people with the white supremacy thing or white privilege is bad memes. I think it causes 2 steps back and maybe not even a step forward. And so
Well, and counter makes a good point too. There are plenty of indigenous populations in Europe who are categorically white by a US standard, but they're treated like shit by the European governments. The Armenians in most people in the US would look at a person who's from Armenia and think, oh, they're probably white. And they were genocided. Like, that's where the definition of the word genocide originated, was the Armenian genocide.
Looking at you, Turkey.
Yeah. So when we talk about white privilege, I don't know that the Armenians would agree with you on that issue.
Yeah, and so I mean, this is, I think saying white supremacy and white privilege is is a form of like race reductionism, right? Like this is in essence reducing the conversation that any good intersectionalist would have and say, like, look, there's way more factors at play here than just that. Not saying that isn't a factor, but to isolate and reduce it to just that, I think does more harm than good. Yeah. And so, yeah, on this channel, you will catch, that started, I actually had that conversation, with Mitre a couple weeks ago now. I bounced it off a couple of people first. I was like, what would you have
about race in Australia?
Well, about me supplementing and starting to go after anytime somebody says like white supremacy or white privilege, that I roll out the chauvinism instead. How do you think people are going to react? Do you think it's an uphill battle that's not worth battling? Do you think that it is a worthwhile cause? Is it that, can there be a broader conversation that can be done in such a nuanced way that people aren't going to lose their fucking mind when I bring this point up? I like to think I've cultivated a space in which we can have that conversation at least. Thank you for the biddies, Squid. Using inflammatory language that will get a rise out of people and knowingly cause them to get offensive isn't acting in good faith. It's not having open dialogue. It's manipulating the person you're discussing with to be aggressive and not open to your message. Yeah, I'm a progressive, right? Like, I want to make progress. Can we make progress? And unfortunately, progress means that we're going to have to drag the slowest member with us. And some of our...
Sadly.
Yeah. I mean, very sadly. But, I mean, hey, Bull, some of our slowest members are these people, right? And so we have to have the conversation with them. At least as an anarchist, I don't have the authoritarian privilege, shall we say, of saying, this is the way it is, fuck you. Like, too bad. I have to at least have a good faith attempt at the conversation first. I have to educate them. It's part of my philosophical foundations.
Well, and I even have trouble when we talk about white privilege as... So this is going to get into some social theory. Privilege is something that is bestowed by others. And that's a conversation that I've noticed a lot of people don't want to have. Because ultimately that turns into a form of victim blaming. And It really kind of is. Because what you're saying is, this white person walked in the room and everybody listened to them. Hint, everybody listened to them. Why is the white person being given this authority? Well, because everyone in the room listened to them. So if we all make the choice to not acknowledge whiteness as a form, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean
And
that's
that-
part of like Solomon's wait, fucking Newman. Sorry, I like literally Saul Newman, and I just mashed his name into Solomon.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's what Newman's like post-anarchistic theory is predicated upon, is that power is universal. We have it all the time. It's self-subjugation. Everything is self-subjugation. That there is not a moment in this world, even all the way up to gun to your head, do what I say, that you don't have the power. Even if they pull the trigger,
Right.
It's your decision to yes or no. And so, yeah, that is one of his foundational beliefs for post-anarchism, is that we don't need to do shit except teach people that they already have all the power they could ever need or want.
Oh, hold on. Radical anarcho-communist. Racism is just a direct result of class struggle and class dominance. A communist revolution will eradicate such prevalent issues. That would actually disagree with most of the scholars in critical race theory. As a matter of fact, most of the primary scholars, and some of those who originated the terminology that we still use, were critical of both direct democracy and communist systems, because any group of people can empower themselves to exploit one category of person based on skin color or any other arbitrary characteristic. So no, there is no social system which is immune. As a matter of fact, several of them were incredibly critical of the United States because they sort of demonstrated, like the idea that fascism is inherently racist is not actually true. Fascism paralleled with racism does frequently happen, but racism happens in plenty of other systems that aren't fascist. So you have to do this idea of there is one government system which is immune from this effect. There aren't any government systems that are immune from it. That's why you have to be actively conscious of what's happening all the time.
Let's see. I'm just trying to follow a conversation that's happening between Patronum and Young Pro.
Yeah, I kind of got lost on that one. It had something to do with people who are state dependent voting blue. And I mean, the point did get made, then that would mean that, you know, Alabama would be one of the most blue states in the Union.
Yeah, no, the red
So-
states are the largest takers of social and federal, social welfare and federal funds in the country. I believe the split is 70-30. Blue states contribute,
something like that.
contribute approximately 70% of the GDP. And the red states contribute approximately 30% of the GDP, and the vast preponderance of welfare recipients live within those red states. It's been a statistical norm for many years. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there.
Okay. Anarcho-communism, you're kind of doubling down on this. A great example of what I think you're trying to argue is the French Revolution. During the French Revolution, when they tried to affirm that all citizens are completely equal, and so they wrote into the Constitution things like their census will never acknowledge class or race. You're just counted as an individual, which means now it's virtually impossible to know how many French citizens are assaulted because of their race or because of their income or because of anything, because they decided everyone is totally equal. So there's no way to get those statistics. So they didn't get rid of racism. All they did was hide it so that it's actually harder to identify and harder to track and therefore harder to respond to. So it's convenient to say that a communist society would help to eliminate racism, but the hidden word in there is it would help to eliminate overt racism. Now everybody can be racist subtly, and we don't have any way to identify that it's happening. I don't see that as an improvement.
That's, you know. What can I say? Young Mogul, welcome to a leftist anarchistic channel. And yes, God bless Trump and for all the great that he did these past 4 years. I don't know where we would be without him. Well, I can say we'd probably have about approximately 400,000 plus more citizens. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, I suppose.
It leaves it open. He did a great job of killing massive amounts of people.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Enriching his friends.
Yep.
He did great for that one.
Yep.
His pardons. He did a great number of pardons.
Yes, he did. He did.
Yeah, Biden's going to have to compete with him for the number of pardons.
I mean, I'm thinking I might have to just go out and commit some federal crimes just so I can appeal to Biden, so I can make sure he can, you know, beat Trump's number, because that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
SJW, Trump was the white genocide all along. Hey, SJ.
Momo's right. Did a great job of radicalizing both sides.
He's done wonders for anarchistic recruitment. I gotta tell you. Yeah.
I know. How many libs have you been talking to who are suddenly in favor of Bernie? Now the needle has moved.
I've made more. I mean, granted, like I was involved with Occupy, right? Like that was my era. I've made more progress in the last 4 months with converting and like. I know people fucking hate this term because of all of the baggage attached, but I feel I can use it within my channel and especially talking to you, Rabbit, with re-educating. Yeah, tons of baggage on that one. But
just a tad.
Yeah, just a touch. But you know, converting and re-educating people, like I've got a list now of community members and people that have been like, dude, I'm so glad I found your channel. Like, you know, I've learned a lot. I had somebody come through that like literally they stopped by one night and then like 2 months later they come in, they're like, oh my God, I just wanted to stop by. I saw you were online. I wanted to thank you. The first time I came in here, I was a conservative capitalist. I was arguing for capitalism. And now my partner is buying me books on anarchism and communism, and I'm studying as best I can. And I'm out there. They said they were volunteering at some mutual aid network at that point. I'm like, dude, this is progress. This is what it looks like, one mind at a time. So yeah, Trump has done wonders for me. Because I remember Occupy. Yeah. We couldn't convince people for shit.
Well, and I don't think SJW is wrong. I don't think that that's a bad analysis. That, you know, Obama pushed more people toward Bernie. I agree, but I think that what's happening is more people are seeing clearly what the distinction is between the left and the right on interpreting, you know, positive outcomes. So I don't necessarily think that pushing them toward neoliberalism is necessarily a good thing either. But and this is entirely anecdotal, I could be entirely wrong. I've seen stats that tell me that I'm probably on the right track, that it's actually pushed people further left than neolib in a way that Obama did not.
I would love to issue that challenge. Holy shit. Young Mogul 16 says that they can help convert me into a MAGA Trumper.
Wow. Do we get to watch? Is this going to be like a Welcome to the Thunderdome situation?
I've already forgotten your name. Fucking, would you like to come on the air? you want to have a conversation?
Oh, that's true. Is this converting you or converting me?
I don't know.
both.
Young Mogul. There it is. Fucking how little impact they often have. Young Mogul. You want to come on air? Convince me. I'm open to the dialectic. I'm more than willing to engage with whatever your preferred rhetorical device is. Pops. Can't see that happening. By all means, the offer has been extended. Will you put your money where your mouth is? Oh, okay. Now you don't know enough about me. Well, come on air and have the conversation. Utilize the Socratic methodology. Question me.
Yeah, we answer questions.
Yeah.
You might not enjoy the answer, but
Oh, this is the pirate song. There's a pirate song in the EDM station.
it's killing me that pirate shanties are back. What is
Isn't it
happening?
amazing? That is amazing. I have enjoyed that little. Well, Young Mogul, I will show your preferred pronouns the same respect that you show everybody else's pronouns. I will ignore them. So I will continue to call you Young Mogul.
Proper nouns are preferable anyway, right?
I mean, you know. So, yeah, let's see. When was this account created, by the way? 2 years ago, December 22nd.
Yeah, okay.
And Curio, nouns are inherently gay.
Accepted.
Yeah, 100%. Even Pops. Pops who's fucking 61 on the internet, on Twitch, on an anarchist stream. Fucking, it's a teenager. Grandpa knows best.
Wait. Y'all hear communists in sheep's clothing. Communists just in the absence of that you are all poor because unjustified hierarchy, even though you are still poor. So communists are broke. Is that where we're going?
That caused somebody to spend
lost.
$250 in gift subs on my channel one night. That very fucking line. We had some righty, and one of the community members was just pissed off by it. They're like, "Oh, you fucking broke leftists always want a handout," and they just started fucking gift bombing. They're like, "Here, how about some more leftist money? Here, you want to fucking take some more leftist money? How about this leftist money?" $250 later.
Oh, damn the bad luck. I don't. Okay. Well, and earlier they said that Bernie sold out to the corporations, so I'm not really clear on that. I mean, are they just arguing to hear themselves argue?
Maybe. Thank you for the sub, Duffy.
Kidding.
Communist in sheep's clothing. Wait, okay, so
I don't know
communist
what that
just in
means.
the absence of that you are all equally poor. Because unjustified hierarchy, even though you are all still poor, Lamo. I'm presuming that's a typo. I'm presuming the entire thing's a typo, quite frankly. Your grammar is... I'm sorry, I'm not being a grammar Nazi here. Like, we literally can't decipher what the fuck you're trying to say.
That's where I keep getting stuck. Like, make whatever argument you want, but at least make it coherent.
I had one guy one night that got really hung up on that because I had literally no idea. Oh, risque. He kept using the word risque because he had an issue with all of the pride emotes that Twitch has. And like it promotes a risque. RASKAE is how he spelled. And multiple people were like, we thought it was like some weird Japanese sex act or something. We're searching it online, trying to figure out what the fuck he was talking about. And he's like, you're just obsessed with. I'm like, dude, I didn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you have to at least be able to get your point across.
You said like I don't know, a definition or thing. Okay, it's not leftist money, it's Social Security money. How old does Young Mogul think we are?
Can you make Twin Rabbit a permanent guest? You two are fucking amazing together. Rabbit knows he can. Rabbit knows he's welcome anytime on my air. So,
Raskay. Okay, Ducking Fork wins. Okay? You've now instituted a competition, and we're gonna see how far off the spelling can get and still be phonetically even vaguely connected. And I'm here for it.
Jenny saying the only thing I did get was Lamo equals Lamo. I think it was laughing my ass off. I think it was LMAO.
I like Curio's risque. Like, add a little accent into it. That's some risque stuff.
Momo Rizge. Rixay says Curio. Ratsuke. Wrist.
Okay, now we're getting into like drag queen territory.
Hey, Conway. Riske. They're using the IEGH.
Girl, that dress is risque. That's all I'm hearing in my head.
This is the internet, not English class, says Young Pro. Well, apparently for you it is, because somebody's got to teach you a little bit of grammar. You literally aren't able to convey your point. I'm sorry,
Look,
but...
Young Pro, yeah, it's very simple. We have these... I mean, you can get additional stuff in there, but noun, verb, adjective, adverb. Those basic building blocks. We need to know who you're talking to, what you're talking about, and what they did. Just try that, like as a starting point.
Literally go back and rewrite that comment, and we will ease off your nuts. But the fact of the matter is that you don't know what you were saying. Retsukre says ducking. Rizgay says
Wait, what
Hercules.
is... Mate Trey, I don't reckon you get to determine our culture. Are we making an affirmative defense that this is our society now?
Yes.
Yes.
100%. This is I've long established that this is
Excellent.
a community, and any community has social fabric.
Do we each get special hats?
If you want.
It's not a society until we have special hats.
Or lack of hats. Because remember, a lot of that religious stuff is who wears what hat or who doesn't wear a hat. Because you're either supposed to take the hat off in church or you need to wear a hat in church.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, so we could actually forbid special hats and have it.
Have we decided on a hat policy?
I for one am not a fan of hats because I don't look good in hats.
Oh, I look terrible in hats.
It's
But
just
I've
it's
yet to
decided.
see,
No
like,
hats.
I'm just thinking, I mean, have you seen some of those religious hats? Those things don't look good on anyone, but man, they are dramatic.
Curio wants cowboy hats.
Of course he does.
Well, see, here's the thing. As anarchists, I allow for the individual sovereign to decide for themselves, right? Like that's how my belief system and my ideology works. So it's up to each and every one of you to determine your own hat policy.
Am I hearing anarcho-hatism?
Anarcho-hatism.
Excellent.
Yep. Conway, thank you for the gift sub, and congratulations, Young Pro. You are now an anarchist because that's how it works.
Was I the one that got called out for that?
I don't know.
I feel like I was I'm sure other people have as well, but I remember being in a chat, and because I had an A next to my name, I was therefore an anarchist.
Oh
and
yeah,
I
I think that did happen to you.
Yeah, I was like a crime against the state or something. Which, I mean, yes, but anyway.
Thank you for the follow, S Bubby, and thank you for the follow, Hercules, 666, and links anarcho-haberdasherism.
excellent. It's both funny and impenetrable. I like it.
Clipped.
See, now Momo's griefing me about how I need to avoid hats, and I think that by wearing hats, I am challenging the hattest quo.
It was terrible.
Thank you. It just came to me.
It was terrible.
Like I had to.
Oh my god, it was brilliant. Skeptic just got back from somebody's chat, and oh boy, I gotta tell you a story.
Wait, is that a hype train?
It is a hype train.
Oh dear.
Marxist Leninist milliners, says Mitre. MLMs.
Oh Jesus. Okay, mine was bad, but Mitre wins, as is so frequently true.
Yep, Squid, a hype train has been kicked off. It's up to you guys to keep it going and earn those emotes and fuck it. I don't know how people push hype trains.
I think you're supposed to play a graphic of a train.
If
or
Sue
some sort of
were
music.
here, he'd be pumping you fuckers hard. He is a hell of a. He even said it himself because I mentioned that one night. Like I can't shill for myself. He said, yeah, I can't shill for myself either. He said, but man, can I shill for other people?
It's all about salesmanship.
Thank you for the biddies, Mitre, Squid, and Patronum. Hey, Doc Socialism. Hey, Square. Yeah, Link says in all caps because I'm not a yelly person. Throat mostly. Yo, support Kai, you fuckers. Get some silly limited time emotes and help Kai obtain the necessities of life. And thank you for the biddies, Cool Boy. Cool Boy just says fart noise.
And there's links for the aggression. All right. Wow. Okay. Went into somebody's chat not knowing their political stance until I saw the title Welcome to the Communist State of America, and his description identifies himself as a conservative. He stated that big corporations act like communist tyrannies. Okay. At first, I thought he was trying to say that big corporations functions as planned economies, which is true, but that's not what they meant. Clearly, I assume this is someone who has memorized Ayn Rand.
Fucking Randian objectivism. I swear to God, the amount of times I encounter Randian objectivism is ridiculous. I have no idea how that huckster became so fucking well-known and prevalent in our society's consciousness.
And how she got so many boyfriends. All of that, like, interpersonal crap between her little circle of associates. I don't know what she would have called them because she didn't have friends. But, like, this guy was dating her while he was still married, and then he went back to his wife, and so she, made him incommunicado, and now we weren't supposed to read anything he ever wrote. And just keeping track of who was in whose bed at the time that she was writing it. Good grief. And then dies on Social Security. And this person is supposed to be a guide to life. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I can forgive a lot of... I can forgive the, horrible... Squid...
There it is.
With the 25
Holy
gift bomb.
Oh my God.
Squid, thank you again. Shala, Conway, Scary Cakes, Beaver, Rhymes with Nonsense, Yay Stack, Victorious, Pops, Not Hannibal, Jim Sock, Dragon Daughter, P3 Dreezy, Funner, Kira, Stop the Steal, Sun C6, Turd Farmer, Brainosaurus, Psychotic Cock, I no-scoped JFK. It's been a while since I saw you no-scoped. The All Spork, Lozenge, Casey, Old Man House Phone, and Bok Bok. Congratulations.
And all Link says is, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck?
Lynx, what if I were to tell you that's not the first time Squid has done that? Squid, thank you so much. And all of you that got those gift subs, congratulations. You're officially now anarchists because, again, that is how it works.
Wait, B. Arthur's in the room?
Maybe?
I don't know. Momo said B. Arthur is in the room.
Was that one of the names I read?
Let me check.
No.
I don't think so.
No. Level 5 complete with that just one fucking drop.
Holy shit.
Original
Oh, the
Nano
most
Dragon,
recent
no worries. Distributing emotes.
Do you have to do that manually, or does it do it automatically?
It does it automatically.
Okay. Good game, all. Good game. Well done. High fives all around.
So, are we still talking to? We are. Interesting. Oh, Young Pro did the thing. Young Pro did the thing. I always love it when they do the thing.
I missed the thing.
Oh, you're a meme.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're a goddamn meme. You fucking. I'm gonna put a link in chat just for you, Young Pro. Go fucking go look at that meme. You're a meme. Like literally, you are a internet famous meme. Congratulations.
Kai, have you considered that you claim to be an anarchist and yet you're on Twitch?
I know, right? Right? Like, yeah. I know, it's scary, huh? It's almost
Crime
like
to the movement.
it's almost like I'm trapped by a system. And I'm utilizing that system to fight against itself. Huh. I wonder if there's a book in which you could learn some strategies in which you can use the elements of a system to fight itself. I wonder if anybody
did you
has
just
written that
suggest
book.
that we live in a society?
I think I may have. Interesting. Huh. I don't know. Does anybody happen to know of any techniques or any sources for techniques in which you can be trapped within, I don't know, a community, a society, a state of some sort that, you know, has used an unjust hierarchy and a monopoly of force to keep you oppressed within it and to utilize those administrative rules and tactics against itself? I'd really be interested in reading that. You're a fucking
I think we're burying
meme.
the lead here. I think we're burying the lead. Young Pro is claiming to be against anarchy, and yet sits there with an anarchy symbol right next to their name.
Fucking hypocrite.
Right? I'm appalled. Canceled. Young Pro, you are canceled. I'm sorry. That's the rule.
I mean, it says right next to your name, CB Young Pro, that you have been a subscriber for a month, like 1 month subscriber to something like an anarchist stream. Like, what are you doing? You're clearly paying into some sort of like radical left-wing anarchistic mutual aid network.
It's not looking good. It is not looking good.
Paid actor. Crisis
Forced.
actor. Crisis actor.
Young Pro, you came into this room voluntarily. You voluntarily came into this room and became an anarchist and a subscriber to an anarchist channel. I mean, dude.
Deep state agent. uh Jenny, thank you for the gift sub and original Nano Dragon. You can thank Jenny. Did you speak Spanish? No, I don't. I'm pretty sure in none of that was I speaking Spanish. But hola, cómo está?
You could try. I mean,
Goldar, what if I'm not subscribed? Am I still an anarchist? I don't know. Are you Goldar? Then you are. I'm not a big fan of purity tests. SJXF, you have put 7 messages in chat the entire all of the time that you have been on my channel. I'm pretty sure 4 of which are you asking if you can come on. And I will tell you the same thing I told you before. Talk in chat so we can get to know you. Where's my mod view? There we go. No, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those 7 messages were, can I come on? Can I come on? Then me telling you, talk, let us get to know you. You saying sure. You told us that you had to take a heteronormativity embedded in gender discourse something. Like I just had a take on heteronormativity embedded in gender discourse. And then you immediately asked, can I come on now? Can I come on? Can I come on? And then the lull emote. So please talk in chat.
if you'd like to talk about gender, feel free.
Yeah. I mean, kick it off. There's plenty of people in chat who would love to have that conversation. You can't type. I don't want to be ableist. You know what? Watch this. Hey, Rabbit, I'm going to let you decide.
Wow. Aren't we supposed to have like a council of elders or something? I remember reading that earlier. Ace, do you want to be in on this decision?
I
mean, personally, I'm seeing someone who's typing saying that they can't type. I'm not quite following that.
Oh, Pops is our elder. Yeah, it's Momo. Pops!
Ooh, yeah. Hand that off. Flip a coin. Do I have a coin?
I traditionally use
I don't
Siri.
believe in money, Cat.
Um,
I'm an anarchist. Money doesn't exist.
Heads, yes. Tails, no.
That's fine.
Flip a coin.
Ah! I got attacked by my coin.
It's
heads.
All right. Well, I got tails. You got heads. I'm gonna go with yours since I asked you.
Okay.
So Rabbit decided. This is entirely Rabbit's decision.
Are we on a delay? I hope.
I wish.
Hmm.
That kind of broadcast delay is for fucking partners.
Damn.
Yeah, they use it
Well,
for...
just hover over the button, I guess.
Yeah. It's in your whispers. Oh wait, do we have a call to violence? Oh no. Pop said I typed you need to spank him. Got that old school. Go into voice chat.
Oh, dear.
Yo, what's up?
All right.
Hello.
Yo, thanks for having me on. By the way, I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. So what's up?
I don't know. I just wanted to come on.
Just in general?
Yeah. That's it. Like, dude, like this is amazing. Like, you have no idea. Dude, I've tried this like stream so many times, but I got like 3 viewers, and it's like I do boring like stuff on stream too. So it's like 97. It's like I'm almost there, you know. So like, yeah, this is great. But
How do you define boring?
oh, I like read on stream. Like I do like theory stream. So like,
What'd you read last?
so yeah. So on a more serious note, like I guess, like the last book I read was this book called Ghosts of My Life by Mark Fisher. I'm pretty sure someone in chat knows about it. But like I guess my question to you as like a leftist is like okay, you know Hassan Nabi, right? Like he's like the biggest streamer on Twitch.
Oh, well, he's the biggest political streamer. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I'm trying to say is like, isn't it sort of like a little ironic that he's like an anti-capitalist streamer? Like I'm not trying to be like a chud or anything, but it's funny how like anti-capitalism is the more like marketable brand you can think of on Twitch in terms of politics. Like, I just think that's an interesting idea. I'm not saying that he's like a hypocrite for being a communist or whatever. It's just like, don't you find that a little like interesting, like post-ironic in a sense?
It's not ironic if you understand the sort of how do I put it, the authoritative and encompassing nature of the state and capitalism. There's very little way to escape it, and since we have subsistence and material conditions that need to be met, there you go. I mean,
but I feel like sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I just So I just see that's like Mark Fisher's idea is that I think what he calls this is interpassivity, right? Like as long as you go to sleep at night knowing that capitalism is bad, you're good. You know, like it's sort of the black tiles are in June sort of deal. Like if you put up a black tile on Instagram, you know you've done your part for the Black Lives Matter movement. And sure, it's great, but it's sort of this sort of like void, right? Like where nothing really happens, and it's like, yeah, I'm anti-capitalist, but and I do vote for Bernie, but like what now? You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's done into its own brand. You know what I'm saying? If it really was like revolutionary, like how is it so big on Twitch? Like wouldn't it? Like, I feel like
okay. So one, you need to drop the mythologized meta narrative of the French Revolution, that the left has seemingly been infected by, and adopt a sort of a Marxian form of revolution, and understand that it's actually a very long process that's occasionally punctuated by high activity moments. And so it could essentially be argued that the normalization of that conversation within such a hyper-capitalist sphere such as Twitch is a road, like a road sign on the road of revolution, that you can sort of see it as a mile marker.
Do you know who Slavoj Žižek is?
I am aware of Žižek, yes.
Yeah, so you know what, he has this really funny thing where it's like, you know, there's this lady who's she has a good body, but she's just like, oh, if I just lose 1 more pound, like I'll be perfect, I'll look perfect. You know what I'm saying? And he sort of compares that to this idea as well. Like, oh, it's just, people just make the revolution. It's just, you just get enough people, it's like you'll get there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we're at that point where like, we want a revolution, but that's precisely why we're not going to get Marxism, because we want a revolution.
Oh, I don't want Marxism at all. But you know, I'm an anarchist after all. But the fundamental tenet, one of the fundamental tenets of anarchism is education. We have to educate enough people as to the nature of the power dynamics, as Rabbit and I were talking about earlier. That I mean, it's sort of a Newman-esque post-anarchistic philosophy that you already have the absolute authority and power and will that you need. There's nothing to reclaim. There's no work to be done. The only work that actually needs doing is to convince enough people that this is bullshit, and you can just say no to it.
Yep. No, I agree with that. Sorry, you gonna say something? Or?
Well, but I mean, the thing is if you don't have the critical number and you say no, then you're going to have a bunch of people with guns who still say yes. And
What do you mean by that?
that is the police, that is the military, that is the U.S. Marshals, that is all of that sort of infrastructure. If you don't convince them, then congratulations. When you say no to the state, what happens is, well, not pleasant.
No, I definitely agree with that. Like, I feel like political project is of course needed. Like, I'm not trying to say like you shouldn't talk to people about why you should think about the left. In fact, I feel like a lot of the people on Twitch in 2016, 2015, what sort of there was a huge right-wing resurgence in 2015, 2016, but now we're seeing the opposite of that in 2018, 2019, where you're seeing a resurgence of leftism, especially amongst young people, and that's great. Like, I want that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel like we just don't take the idea of moving forward into a new society like seriously enough. And
We're not ready for it yet.
yeah, exactly. That's what. See, we're not ready for it because you say we're not ready for it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we need to like move past that. We need
I
to start
want
thinking
you to
in terms of-
walk into the street, walk up to a random person on the street, and start talking post-state anarchistic societal principles to them, and see if they're ready for it.
Yeah, but I don't. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, people on like that's. I don't care if the people are ready for it. If
That's
you could, like,
authoritarian.
bring in-
And it violates a whole host of philosophical tenets that I believe in.
No. Like, how do I put this? Like, you could think of communism is like COVID-19 in a way. Like, it's just a bug. It just spreads. Deal with it however you want. I'm not even talking about like state bureaucracy. I'm just saying like it just spreads. It's like an idea which just cannot be like, you can't just take it out. Like, it's there now and you just have to live with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I think you're gonna need to like cement some of your own beliefs before electing yourself the vanguard. Look, here's the deal. Going back to your very first point, that there is this sort of indoctrinated passivity that we all just go to bed at night thinking, well, the revolution will one day come, and then we think to ourselves, and that's good enough. I don't know whose streams you've been hanging out in, and I don't know that even Hassan would qualify in that way, to say that we all just talk a good game and do nothing. I mean, we set up interrelated networks of mutual aid. We help support one another. I volunteer at a youth group every week in order to perpetuate an idea that their gender and sexuality is okay. That's not me laying in bed at night fantasizing about what it would be like one day for LGBTQ people to be better accepted. I'm doing the work. So if you're not doing the work, then that's on you. But don't paint the rest of us with that brush.
No, see, this is like, I understand that like you're a Twitch streamer and like whenever someone comes on, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to be like firstly, I just want to say thank you for like doing that, and I really like fucking respect that. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And again, I want to reiterate that I think that's what we should be doing, and I think a good majority of people who are doing that, I respect that. In fact, what I'm just trying to say is that, like, I feel like it's from a very different perspective, but I feel like if you want to, we can't just want to have communism. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, let's say if you want to work out, like, let's say you want to get big, don't get big by wanting to get big. You get big by sort of thinking about I don't know, like your food intake or like your protein, and it's like in the back of your head. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not you're not always like sort of thinking about, oh, I want to work out, I want to work out. You know what I'm saying? That you think that when you are like not working out. Okay, I'm sorry if that doesn't make too much sense. But anyway, I feel like I think I'm just gonna get off the call.
I advocate for a methodology, and take this because I think this speaks to what you're speaking to. So feel free to take it, spread it to the wind. I advocate for a methodology I refer to as the Theseusine methodology. It's a reference to the ship of Theseus, if you're familiar with that. It's a thought experiment born of the story, the Odyssey, Homer's The Odyssey. The ship of Theseus leaves port on I believe it's a 10-year journey. Could be multiple decades. It's been forever since I read The Odyssey. And how long has it been? Jesus Christ. Rabbit, you know that feeling.
Oh yeah.
So the ship of Theseus's ship leaves port, and on this many-year journey, every single piece of the ship has to be replaced. Right? Yeah, it's decades, right, daughter? Like 3 decades, maybe even. It's fucking long. Epic. Every single piece of the ship is changed while they're on this journey. Every floor, every plank, every line, every bit of rigging, every sail, every mast. Every single piece of the ship is changed. When it arrives back at port, is it the same ship? Now, I don't really care about yours or anyone's answer. It's a thought experiment. It's designed to elicit responses from people. But it is a useful bit of visual imagery for people. You can repair and change out the entirety of a ship if you're very clever and effective while it's underway. You can do the same thing with a society. You can do the same thing with a governmental organization. You can do the same thing with our authoritarian structure. You can compartmentalize, you can modularize it, and you can replace those pieces without tearing the entirety of the system down and creating a situation in which you're left with either vanguards rushing in or authoritarians rushing in into this power vacuum that's created. Utilize that methodology, that approach. Pick a thing for yourself and focus on it. Don't worry about the revolution. Don't worry about the whole, because no one is at that helm. No one is the captain of that ship. You need to worry about the thing that matters most to you. What is it that concerns you? Do that. Work that. Direct action it. Mutual aid it. Educate people about it. Go out there, do whatever it takes to get some of the work done, and fix that piece. Move on to the next one. That.
Oh, I agree with
That is how you conduct yourself in the revolution, and nothing else really matters, because the process we're talking about, it's not ready yet. Whether you or I or anybody else wants it to be, we're talking about a multi-generational project. And so you just sort of have to come to terms with that the end state that many of us would like to see, we will die before we see it. So
yeah, maybe that's true, but yeah, I feel like we're just on completely different page. I agree with what you're saying. It's not like I'm disagreeing with you, but yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. I feel like that's a solid political project, and I just feel like there's a disconnect. To the one guy in chat saying, why can't you like seem to understand what you're saying? Like, if you can't tell from my accent, I'm not like American or anything. And if I say some shit like, oh, what I'm talking about is like a line of flight, and there's like deterritorialization along that line of flight in like Deleuzian terms, like I don't, like I'm just trying to like have a conversation. I don't know what I'm doing over here anyway. All right, I feel like I've spoken enough. Hey, thank you for letting me on. You know what I'm saying?
You're quite welcome.
That's fine.
I hope it was productive.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trolling, but it was a good talk. All right, you have a good stream, man.
All right, later.
Good luck.
Counter-revolution.
See,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No.
Ducking Fork needs to know. that when I read their first comment about, the secret isn't the boat, it's the journey, the only thing that went through my head was, and the real lesson is the friends we made along the way. And I had to mute for the rest of that entire exchange because I couldn't hold it together. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's where I was.
Nice.
My brain futzed out right there.
CRT, that's what I'm going to call you, counter-revolutionary tanky. Fucking, for all the old people in the room, fucking, you may know that.
That wine, that evil wine.
CRT, should all moves to the left be supported or only those that lead directly to the final solution of anarchism? I'm always torn with this. No, all moves to the left. The Overton window has been drugged so far to the right. We need just to push the needle. We need to just push the needle. We'll deal with those off left jackasses later. Yeah, we need to just shift it to the left. Even if we just hit center, I'd be happy. Our societal normalization has been so fucked at this point that, yeah.
I really do wonder if that's going to be like the main effect that U.S. history has on political conversations, is if it's going to shift what we mean when we say left and right. Because, we've got the old French Revolution definition of those terms and the leading into the modern conservative mindset, and I really do wonder if there's going to be another shift and that's going to be from the U.S.'s history.
I know that, there is definitely a lot of, within the theory, so we're talking subset, right?
Yeah.
Sort of territory. But I know within the theory heads of the anarchistic realm, there is a lot of talk about post-left, post-anarchism.
That's what I mean. I've seen some of that myself.
Yeah, this sort of, we need to escape that crew too. And I think if anybody was going to sort of be the I don't know, the ember that lights that fire, it seems like it would probably come from that arena. Because I could see a whole bunch of people on the left who are technically leftists attempting a post-left methodology.
Wow. Lost in thought on that one for a second.
Bull said a while ago, but I'm catching up, guys. In India, they just had a general strike the size of the United States. They did. I think it was like 230,
Yes.
200, something 230 million-ish. It was definitely.
I think we can say shit ton. I think shit ton works.
Shit ton works. That wouldn't have been possible without mass education and mobilization of workers. Growing movements change and challenge power. You can't skip steps. Preach.
And mass communication. Let's not forget. This is where we get into you realize that you're a lefty on Twitch. Well, yes. And handily, it's meant that we can communicate with one another.
I can honestly say, without any ego, I've done more for the anarchistic cause by being on Twitch than I did all the rest of my years of being an anarchist.
Oh my God. If we'd have had just Facebook. I can remember the protests in the 90s and trying to get 1,000 people to show up. And then by 2010, the idea that you had a Pride Fest with just 1,000 people would have been laughable. So, that shift right there, and all that was, cell phones and Facebook. And that's it. So.
Yes, it is, Patronum. Thank you, Fax. Did you do good on got on that education, Squid? I saw you in that. I saw that paragraph. Jesus Christ, Adia. All right, caught up.
Okay, does Counter-Revolutionary not know what a CRT is?
Probably not. Cathode ray tube. It's the old style of TVs. The dunk, 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 dunk glass, curved. That's a CRT.
Yeah, you know those big ass glass console televisions that your grandma had back in the day, or for people my age, the entire sound of an arcade.
I miss arcades.
I know.
We have
And not even just from COVID.
we have an arcade museum and a couple of barcades here in town.
We have one here.
Yeah, we have an arcade museum here that you can go and they've just got everything on free play.
I have Lord of the Rings on VHS. What now? That's what I was telling. I don't know. I don't remember whose stream it was in, but I was telling somebody the other day that there's a video out there somewhere of me blackout drunk singing Earth, Wind, and Fire songs that I didn't know I knew. And like everybody was like, "Where's a copy of that?" And I'm like, "God, I don't know. In someone's cardboard box somewhere." So,
Bowl, don't hate. You know you love the degauss. I used a degaussing magnet or a degaussing loop as a security measure. How many out there are technologically minded enough to figure out what Kai may have been using a degaussing loop as a security measure for? I will leave that to your imaginations.
the door.
Dragon says they have some barcades there as well. Apparently, Jimmy Dore called Bernie the establishment.
I mean, yeah, he's in the Senate, but what are we defining as the establishment? I'm lost.
And for those of you that called it, well, not the the actual wiping. Did you know that you can wire up a degaussing loop to the side of your computer to a switch under your desk? Draw your own conclusions, boys and girls.
Okay, do we just need to explain the plot of Enemy of the State? I mean, is that where we're at this point?
Who knows?
Okay. So there's satellites in the sky that can see you. I don't know if you knew.
I would love to know.
And that's why the cloud is bad.
I would love to know what the current res on some of those are.
Well, I mean, shit. In what was it? In 2005, they had one. They were down to 1 inch, something like that.
I remember when the keyholes had like a 10 mil. Like I remember that.
Oh yeah, they could read paper.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on a clear day. Like some of the resolutions are insane.
And I'll be honest, this is where I run into trouble. Especially when I hear people talk about like post-Civ lefts, and I'm like, we've made some really profound discoveries thanks to that level of technology. Like we've been able to identify temples in rainforests and entire groups of people who had previously been uncounted and were therefore unacknowledged in treaties and shit. So I'm like, not all tech is bad. It's not that hard. It's how it's used, shockingly.
Yep. It is. Yeah, it is I'm a technologist anyway. I know the double-edged sword. Like I accept it. It is what it is. We're gonna burn our house down with the same fire that we light our stove with. Deal with it.
Well, and maybe learn how to deal with fire instead of saying no one's ever allowed to have fire anywhere near a house.
I just said that the other day about I forget whose quote it is. It's often ascribed to Clemens Twain, but it isn't his quote because so many quotes are attributed to Twain that aren't his. but it's like censorship. It's like making a man drink skim milk because a baby can't chew a steak.
Yeah. I mean, at what point are you acknowledging that you're basically just forcing everyone else to suspend their brain? That's
So often.
all that's happening.
So fucking often. Dude, I wish. Okay, close that. You know what I wish they would fucking show us is when the average viewers, like, they show us our viewership live in stream, but I wish we could get like a live average count for the length of the stream.
Like a metrics thing?
Yes. That would be super useful for those of us that are making a partner push.
Oh, are you doing an actual push?
I'm not, community pushing it, but I am for myself. Yeah, I'm consciously trying to hit those numbers. Because I honestly, you know why I want it? I want to give the community 50 emotes. Because you can have up to 50 emotes as partner.
50?
50.
Oh, jeez.
I want the community. I want emote. People love emotes. I want the fucking emotes. Dude, I know bots could handle it, ducking, but I can't. I can't. That's just so fucking lame.
We want to do it the hard way, damn it.
We are leftists after all.
That's right.
Dude, Ace, you could have your own fucking emote. Like, I mean, that's 50 emotes. Jesus Christ. I know the community would love that shit. So, yeah, that's really the reason. And I'm that guy. You're one of those people that are, I mean, anybody who goes to your academic levels, you understand this shit as well, Rabbit. There's a hurdle that I haven't cleared.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Plus, there's the additional credibility.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I want it. It needs to happen, so I don't need to want it anymore. Like, just want to get it out of the way and get it done with.
But by any chance, were you a bit of a gamer? Maybe.
Couldn't. No.
Hard.
Yes. No. Maybe.
It's hard to read.
Yeah. You get an emote. You get an emote. You get an emote. You all get an emote. Shit, I ran out. Dude, we could easily dedicate 20 emotes to the community and then have a rotating set of 30 that could change at any time depending on what we want them to change to. Like,
I wonder if you can schedule them. What's the automation?
No,
on that?
but you can apply for non-approval emotes. So you can get exempted from the approval process and just be able to upload your emotes directly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we can just we need a new emote and it's up. Yeah, that is doable. Ace says it sounds like her gauging her ears. Just one more size 2 months later. This isn't big enough.
Yeah, tattoos. Oh my God, Ace. So many times I'm like, okay, can I spare this amount of money for food and get a new tattoo? Frequently the answer was yes.
Oh, okay. So I know RV said it wasn't necessary to mention, but RV is financially stable and a mod and felt guilty about winning the last giveaway.
Oh.
So we are going to do that again. And so I have a Steam key for a game. Hashtag giveaway. And you will automatically be entered. And we will draw here in a couple of minutes. So.
Critical Cut, baiting chuds with that title.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that the point?
So yeah. Oh yeah, and I forget who. Forgive me. The next one tomorrow is going to be Socialist Marxist Biden takes American presidency into a new era of Soviet dominance. Archangels of Trump unite.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be good.
Are there bots that search titles?
I think so.
Sweet.
So hashtag giveaway if you want to be entered in for a Steam key. It is a specific game. Not guaranteeing you'll like the game. But the list that, and again, shout out to Momo, for the keys. There are, in my opinion, some good games on the list.
Oh, Momo, to catch you up, it's a redrawing because RV said they're already stable enough that they didn't need it. So it's a redraw.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Mac. Just Rum's gone. God damn it, it's Cyberpunk, boys. Just take it back now.
Is that like the definition of AAA game at this point? Must have an update the same day it releases of a minimum 1 gig.
I mean, it definitely is. I mean, it certainly has gotten there, hasn't it? I mean, okay, so what do you need for AAA? You need formulaic, right? Like, I need to unlock parts of the map. I need to be tutorialized on shit I shouldn't be tutorialized on. There should be pre-launch hype. Advertising. There should be features that are never going to make it into the game that you show in all your trailers. Your trailers should be done on like a computer that is not representative of any of the rendering capabilities of basically anybody's equipment. There should be such an enormous amount of bugs in the game that it requires a day 0 patch. What else? That's about it, I'd say. Like, as long as you hit those formulaic, like you need bandit raids, whatever, it's a gang thing, like NCPD gang call in Cyberpunk. Yeah, that's a bandit camp. You can call it something else. That's a bandit camp raid. Like, it's, yeah. All right, one last shout out. DLC season pass money grab is a good one. Movie, TV show level actors to do 30-second voice clips for half the developer's budget.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
One last shout out before I do the draw. If you want the opportunity to win a random Steam key, no guarantee you'll like the game, but hashtag giveaway in chat will get you automatically entered. No need to do anything other than that. Oh, and by the way, that Stop the Steal left after they noticed they had an Anarchism A next to their name. Not kidding you.
Are they actually okay.
They bailed.
My God.
Yeah, they were like, what the fuck is this A? And they bailed. Like, yeah.
Wow.
Super Dad, Horizon Zero Dawn was an amazing game. It was an amazing game. The story was great. The world was great. I enjoyed it.
But how long ago was that?
Last year.
Oh, okay.
Or at least PC release. It was a couple years ago for PS4. But the PC release was... so it would be 2019 for PS4. And then 2020 was the PC release. They had a year exclusive. And of course, the PC gamers had the far better version. We got all of the DLC in one go. It was rendered to the max. Dude, it was a great game. It was beautiful. It was, the story was great. I truly appreciated the story.
I think chat's onto something. I think they had to leave in order to wash off the anarchy. Had to
the Antifa.
Yes.
All right, so we are going to draw now. Drawing entrance. Cassidy, you won.
Congratulations. Do we have like applause music?
Oh, we do.
There we go.
There's and then fucking clap in chat. When we find Cassidy, there's Cassidy. Cassidy, it'll be in your whisper. There's a Steam key you can renew at your earliest convenience. Were you here for the very first giveaway?
Bobby says thank you. Who is Bobby?
Probably, I don't know, partner, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I actually have BTTV, Adia. If you run Better Twitch TV as in your browser plugin, it already operates on this channel. Yeah, there are emotes that are available. Here, let me.
What's BTTV?
Better Twitch TV. It is a plugin that has that can enable other emotes in your channel without having the Twitch ones.
Oh, okay.
If
Is
you
that tied at all to the pronoun thing?
no,
Or is that a
different thing entirely. Yeah, if you have BTTV, these will be emotes for you. If not, they will just be words.
Now I want that emote. I don't even care what it looks like. I just want one that has that name.
Which one?
Fuck 12.
Ah. Yep. Well, there you go, Adia. It is, like I said. But I want the integrated Twitch emotes for the community. Makes it easier for everybody.
Plus, it's a hurdle. Therefore, it must be crossed.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I never learned how to play for funsies. I didn't learn that lesson as a child, right? Like I unfortunately have that capitalistic, hyper competitive mindset. I've done a lot to tamp it down, a lot to put it in control over the years, mostly by just restricting my access to places and things that I know I get competitive in. But it's in there. It's most assuredly in there.
Mine's really selective. I've been to Vegas many times because I worked for a company that they did a trade show every year in Vegas. So, days on end, and we're in a casino. Clearly, gambling is not anything that I thirst for. But yeah, there are very particular things that, very particular competition things, like gaming, that absolutely I have to, time limit myself. Otherwise, I think when Skyrim first came out, I want to say I played 56 hours straight. Something like that. So, yes, I do have my limits.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't bought the newest Hitman yet. Hitman 3 is out officially today, and I could have it. I didn't pre-order it. I don't have it today because I know. Y'all can go fuck yourselves. Hitman takes precedence.
I will see you in a week.
I've in Hitman 2016 and 2018, we're in 4-digit hours.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like that.
I can sympathize.
Yeah. You're excited for VR Hitman. I don't do VR to start with, but I can understand that. Okay, time for a little channel praxis. This is legitimately one of my favorite times of the show. Yeah, I know, Pap Schmear. Dude, Hitman's my jam. Does anybody have a streamer who is in single digits right now? that not like they just spun up their stream and they're in single digits. Somebody who is a single digit streamer, who they don't need to be political. They can be just a game streamer or a crafter or an artist or anything. It doesn't really matter. But does anybody have a streamer who is in single digit numbers and they are live right now?
Well, I've a friend of mine, Bizarre Wolf. I don't know. His numbers are usually pretty low. Momo knows him too. I think he's doing Raft right now.
Polyglottopus has 32. I'm sorry, whoever suggested that one. What was your guys' name?
Bizarre Wolf, BIZARWOLF.
Now, if the rest of the page would fucking load. Jesus, Twitch. Okay.
Is Twitch being mean to you?
Nah. Okay. Let me, and since we have another suggestion here, I just check for whoever has the lowest number when there's a runoff.
Mm-hmm.
They are a tie.
Oh dear.
I've never had that situation.
Who's the other name?
It was Dur, whatever the fuck. I am Dur. Oh, I have raided out to the little proletariat before. He is at 6 right now. I am aware of that.
I think I actually followed Little Proletariat from here. I think.
Yeah, that is possible. So let's raid out to Bizarre Wolf. I think that's a solid idea.
Are you headed over to Curio?
No, my voice is a mess. I'm going to just shut the fuck up for the rest of the night. Because if I go over to Curio, if I even watch Curio, I will be fucking, I need to be on the line talking. So, I'm just going to maybe get some theory read. I've been meaning to do some more theory reading because my weekend was fucked. So, let's see how many we can get to raid out.
Excellent.
Thank you so nice, thank you so much, Pops. The brain is starting to melt. And yeah, shut the fuck up, Kai. Pops, I don't have all my grandparents have been dead for quite some time, so I'm gonna adopt you as like a grandfather or something like that. So, so you're the honorary channel grandpop. So, Rabbit, thanks for hanging out. It's always
Absolutely.
It's always an enlightening conversation, you know. Can we make a shut the fuck up command asking for a friend? We
Mitre, get on
it. Mitre. I can. We can look into that. I can actually do that for you guys because we do have that. I enable that sort of stuff. But kaisthings.com, KAISthings.com. As always, I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Now let's go raid Bizarre Wolf. Catch you guys later. And we are clear. So that's us clear. Yeah, that's us clear. And then we're gonna.
Holy shit.